There's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back, common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down, growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength. America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archives are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 was setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
What up, fools? What the hell's up with the chat? That damn thing is ginormous. So what's going on? Damn, that chat is fucking huge. What the hell happened? Imagine that. Alrighty. Man, that chat is huge. So the little neighbor boy got a $900 motorized car. So he's out riding it, and Panda is just absolutely losing her shit over it. Yeah. Oh, let me tell you about this shit. I'm just now like sober from this damn thing. Holy hell. So they gave me propofol. Good night, nurse. No wonder why Michael Jackson loved that shit. My God, is that stuff crazy. So, little Panda, she wants to be outside running with the kids. So that's why she's going just absolutely batshit crazy. So I go up there, and my oldest brother takes me up there, and my mom goes along, and man, I gotta figure this damn chat out. That damn thing is huge as hell. We'll worry about that here in a minute. Yeah, sounds good after a deep throat. No, this shit's funny. I mean, this is beyond hilarious. So we get up there, and I check in, and the nurse comes out. This dude's pretty damn cool. Especially what he did for me is pretty hilarious. So they come out, and they do vitals and all of that fun stuff. And they hooked me up to a heart monitor and a life support and all this other craziness just because of the history of, when they put me under, I have a habit of flatlining. So they're getting everything prepared. They put the IV in my right hand, and the nurse is telling me, he's telling me, who the doctors are, and I like, are they American or foreigners? And he said, the one's an American and the other one is Pakistani. So I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be fun. So they get everything, all the vitals and shit set up. And I asked the nurse, I said, can you do me a favor? I said, when this is done, I said, can you go out, cream stick, reflex? So I asked the nurse, I said, hey, when this is done and you go out, and tell my mom and brother that everything's good, I said, could you do me a favor? I said, can you just tell them that the transition surgery went well and the chart said C cup, but he asked for a double D cup, and it's just going to take a little bit more time for it to heal. He just started laughing. He goes, are you serious? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm serious. And make sure you say it out loud too. So he's like, all right, challenge accepted. So the doc comes in, the American doctor comes in and introduces himself. And I said, what the hell is this test for? I said, because I know what you guys are doing, but what are we doing? And he said, well, because of there's one pill that you take that helps counteract the heart pill. They just, because you've been on it so long, they want to make sure it's not doing anything to your stomach or your esophagus or all this other shit, right? And I'm like, okay, cool. So he goes, the anesthesiologist will be in, and I asked him, I said, so is the anesthesiologist, is that the Pakistani? And he's like, yeah. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to see if he speaks like Pashto or Urdu or something like that. And he just starts laughing. He goes, that'll be pretty damn funny. Let me see. They're saying vol. All right, hopefully that works. I'm just going through the different things for the microphone. So the doc tells me, he's like, yeah, the guy from the Pakistani, he's going to be the anesthesiologist. I'm like, okay, cool. So they bring out this bag that's sealed, and they open it up, and no, you just stay right here. And it's a fucking gag ball. And I'm like, whoa. Hold on a second. And he's like, what? And I was like, what the fuck is this gag ball for? He goes, well, we gotta put it in your mouth to hold your mouth open. And I'm like, wait. You mean to tell me that you gotta strap this ball into my mouth in order for you to do this fucking procedure? And he's like, yeah. He goes, see the hole this hole in the middle of the ball? He goes, that's where we stick the hose down it. And I'm like, wait, hold the phone. I said, did my brother put you up to this? And he's like, no, why? And I was like, come on. I said, look, this is some horse shit. You're going to make me put this damn gag ball in my mouth. And he's like, yes, everybody does this. And I'm like, no, they don't. And he's like, yeah, they do, seriously. And I'm like, all right. I said, okay, let's get on with this. And I said, but I swear to God, if any of these pictures end up anywhere, if you guys take pictures, we're going to have a fucking problem. And they're all laughing. So he goes, they put it in, right? And I'm talking to the damn doc. And I still haven't seen this damn anesthesiologist yet. And so about 2 or 3 minutes later, the doc tells me, he goes, you ready? And I said, am I ready for what? Next thing you know, I'm hearing the nurse saying, Mr. B. So it's done already. And I woke up and I was like, where in the fuck am I at? And they're like, you're at the VA hospital. And I was like, well, how the hell did I get here? Look, that damn propofol was no joke. And I said, man, it seems like I've slept for about 3 or 4 days. She goes, you were only under for about 7 minutes. And I'm like, 7 minutes? She's like, yeah, you were just under for 7 minutes. And I'm like, holy shit. I said, can I get some of that stuff to go? And they're like, no, not happening. So they take me out to the waiting room, and my mother is so pissed at me. She said, Jeffrey? And I'm like, yes, Mom. And she goes, why did you tell that nurse to come out here in front of everybody and say that you were having a transition surgery and that they were going to give you C cups, but you wanted double D's? And I said, wait, he actually come out and said that? And she's like, yes. And I know you told him to say it. And my brother is just over there fucking dying. He's like, oh my God, she is so pissed at you right now because they said it in front of everybody. And she said, my mom just took her head and put it in her hand and was shaking her head. So I come home. I was blitzed. I was absolutely torn. So they gave me this paperwork. I don't even remember them giving me paperwork. And we go out and we're in my brother's Jeep. And so I must have told him, hey, let's go eat. So we went and ate. I don't remember eating, but my brother said, he's like, man, he goes, you were like a fucking Somali hostage. He goes, you kept going to that day. We went to this really nice Chinese buffet. He goes, you were destroying that shit, walking around that damn restaurant going click, click, whistle, talking to these people. I was like, dude, I don't remember any of this shit. So yesterday, today is like the first day that I'm like coherent enough to do anything. Because they said you can't drive for 48 to 72 hours, probably for you, probably 72 hours. And I'm like, all right. And, honey boo boo. That's classic. Fucking honey boo boo. So, my brother yesterday sends me a text and he's like, hey, how you feeling? I'm like, man, look, that shit, no wonder why fuckers get addicted to that. And he's like, hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm going to need some money. And I'm like, okay, for what? And he goes, I got these pictures. And I'm like, pictures of fucking what? He goes, it's some very incriminating pictures, so I'm going to need some fucking money. And so I'm like, what the fuck pictures do you have? So I instantly think this fucking nurse let him come into the back and snap some pictures of me with this gag ball in my damn mouth. So I'm out there and I'm just livid. And mom goes, what are you so mad about? And I said, your fucking son. And she's like, which one? Because, she only has fucking, 5 boys. And I'm like, your oldest son. And she goes, well, what? And I said, he said he needs money. And she goes, okay. What for? And she said, or I told her, I said, he said he's got some incriminating photos of me. And I said, did they let him go back into the back and snap pictures with me in this gag ball? And she's like, no, he never left the waiting room. And I'm like, well, what the hell's he talking about then? And she didn't say anything. So I'm texting my brother and I'm like, look here, you son of a bitch. If any of these damn pictures end up on social media, we're going to have a serious damn problem. And he's just laughing. And he goes, make sure that the money I need is all in $100 bills. Sequential. I'm like, look, you asshole. So here, my mom couldn't keep it up any longer, the ruse. Here, it was pictures of my intestines and stuff like that to show what they were looking. Man, I thought he had pictures of me with a fucking blue gag ball in my mouth. I'd have been whipping somebody's ass. But I'm telling you what, holy shit. I don't know if anybody in here has been on Propofol or not, but that fucking stuff. Good night, nurse. Man, I'm telling you what. She said, the female nurse, she said, man, we had to yell at you like 6 or 7 times and we're shaking you and shit to get you up. And I'm like, man, how long have I been sleeping? She goes, 7 minutes. I'm like, 7 minutes? I said, can I get some of that to go in a doggy bag? But yeah, see, oh my God, see, you just like that's like I say when people bitch about the VA. Look, I have never had a problem with these people. If you are cool with them and joke around, I mean, granted, you're gonna run into assholes, but oh my God, that was the funniest shit. Just seeing like I said, I remember some of the stuff. I remember walking out to the waiting room with the damn nurse, and the nurse sitting me down in this damn wheelchair so they could wheel me out. And I remember my mom being pissed. Don't remember going to eat. Don't remember this fucking paperwork. Because that'd have been the first thing. Oh, you got. I don't even remember putting paperwork up in his sun visor. But my God, that shit was funny as hell. Yeah. So, I mean, for all day yesterday, I kind of chilled a little bit. I went over, helped my neighbor put his son's car together. This, it's like, a kid's car that they drive around in. And so, like I said, Panda's losing her shit because he comes and he'll drive down our way and come around the turnaround, and she just absolutely loses her shit over it. But other than that, I just been kind of chilling out, kind of relaxing a little bit, because that stuff made me tired as hell. I mean, I was wore out for 7 minutes. But yeah, somebody was asking if you seen the Welker interview with Trump. That was funny as shit. That cat just got up and he walked out. He was like, you know what? Screw you guys. And I haven't really followed much on this election in LA, but from what I was told this morning when Big Chair, he called and asked me if I was still alive. I said, hey, what's the deal with this shit in LA? I said they keep finding ballots, and one batch of ballots was 25,000 alleged ballots that had they were all for Karen Bass, and drop boxes have been set on fire. And he's like, yeah, just watch what happens. It's going to get interesting. But it's been really, really quiet. Really quiet. Scarily quiet. Right before I come on, we had about 5 or 6 EAM stations doing radio checks. So let me put this. I'm gonna put this in studio mode. I know this damn. If this damn is if this chat's pissing me off, I'm sure it's pissing some of you guys off. So I gotta look and see. Let's see, chat box. Yeah, church mouse quiet. You got that right. It is way too quiet. Something is definitely amiss. Yeah, that shit is huge. Let me see. Overlays, backgrounds. I may have to go. Let me see. Let me remote into the other machine. Let's see. Alerts. Comedians. Yeah, so there's a new I got another bot running. I'm testing it. You guys can do exclamation point slots, SLOTS, and then a number. It's another gambling thing. So if Anna comes in, she'll probably be a slot queen. Chat commands. Nope. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Chat. Let me see if I turn it off. Do this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's been a big nothing burger. Big nothing. Nothing is happening. I did see yesterday when I was looking, there was some B-52s that were up and flying around in Conus. But it is the beginning of the month. So, getting some flight hours in. Where is chat match now? I don't think that's a chat match. Is it locked? Alerts? No. Chatbot commands. Let's see here. Overlay scenes, animations. Oh, I guess I could do this. Yeah, other than that interview that Trump did where he walked off, there hasn't been anything that and that's when I start getting a little jonesy. When nothing is going on. Let me see. Of course, all the left-wing news media is just like, his temperament. Okay, so navigate to active overlay. Maybe let me go back to dashboard. Let's see. Yeah, I do remember being on. I know Friday night I was toasted. I do remember. I don't know how long I stayed, but I do remember going on there because she had texted me a couple times, and I I do remember I couldn't figure out how the fuck to get on it. That was funny. So I FaceTimed my sister, and my sister's just laughing her ass off. She's like, "You were wasted," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not feeling any pain." And she goes, "No, you're tore." Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. Where is... I could probably do this temporarily. Chat. Let me go to source. Yeah. Yeah, I forget, somebody did text me and say I was fucking slurring my words and damn near incoherent. Oh shit. Where is chat? That's chat highlight. Chat box. Yeah, that the funny thing is right before I went in there, my mom was like, "Will you please be civilized?" I'm like, "What are you talking about, lady?" She's like, "Don't be doing anything stupid." And I'm like, "When have I ever done anything stupid at this doctor's office, or at the doctor?" She goes, "All the time." I'm like, "Oh, come on." She was like, "You do, and it's ridiculous." I'm like, "Okay. That's a story you're going with." Right, let me see. Why won't... there it goes. Yeah, she was, oh, my brother said she was so pissed at me. Let's see, come on. Yeah, I don't know if I come in here and messed with some damn settings or what. But probably did. I was probably messing around with something and... let's see here. Yeah, this will be a temporary fix here. Yeah, I probably did mess with the settings when I was smashed. This should be a little bit better. Let me see. Let's see how that looks. Damn, boy, I messed that up. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Panda is something else. She's a hot mess. And then I woke up this morning. I don't know, I got up about 4 o'clock this morning because she was just absolutely losing her shit. And I go out to the front room, and here there's deer in the front lawn. And they had some huge antlers. And man, she wanted to go out there so damn bad. I'm like, yeah. You know, I just have a feeling, you know, something is going to come of this shit in LA. Because I mean, it to me it just looks so blatant. But who knows? Let's see. I'm gonna see how. Yeah, that's still fucking huge. Ba, ba, ba. Let's look here. But yeah, I'm just really shocked how just quiet it is. It's been like that for a couple days. Let's see. Dashboard. Oh my God. So did you guys I got to look this up cuz I want to find out where he's at. But old Jason's uncle Lee Harvey is out where they're doing the renovate or not the renovations, the for the new Air Force One, right? So he was out there filming, and I think I found it. And some cops come up to him and basically told him he couldn't be there or whatnot. And here we go. Maybe this will work. And yeah, I think I got it, boy. So now he's filing a lawsuit, and he was calling them J3, and it must be somewhere near a college campus. I'm guessing it may be outside of Houston or where they're doing this, because I went in there and asked, I said, hey, where are you at, Lee? I can't tell you. This is super secret spook stuff. And I'm like, really? And so he says he's filing a lawsuit because it violated, get this, his civil rights. What? Your civil rights didn't violate. If anything, it would have violated your freedom of press, maybe? Maybe? I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me with this. Let's see, box size, font. It just come out that Trump's weighing the options of buying another territory after Greenland. Dude, he's gonna make people's fucking heads explode. Chat box. Change chat. Let's see. All right. This looks a little bit better. Oh, yeah. Oh, so you watched it, Kelly? Oh, he was fucking losing his shit. All right, so Lumia chat box. Yeah, I know. Let's see. Oh yeah, that whole fucking interview with that. I can't stand that lady. Lumia chat. All right, there it looks better now. All right, you should see a big difference. Yeah, it was funny. He was yelling at people in the I call it the Roach Coach, his news van, because that's what we called it out. Arizona, when I was in Fort Huachuca, they would have spread the love vibrations. Hey, Bill, leave my boy Jaco alone. He's out there talking to dolphins. Oh my God. But he was yelling at fucking everybody, and they had his news van surrounded. Oh my God, it was fucking hilarious. He was having a fucking meltdown. I was on the phone with somebody and I was telling him, and he told me, he said, look, if they if they put this motherfucker in handcuffs, they better know who he is. Because remember, he invented the handcuff key. I was like, oh my God, stop. Oh man, he was fucking livid. And I mean, you know, to his point, I don't know, you really couldn't hear what they were saying to him, but to his point, there were no signs. I mean, he was far back. I mean, I think he was in had to have been near some university, because I think he said university cops or somebody did, and that he was suing them, and wanted people to put in his chat comments that if they would be a witness to the lawsuit. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. And then they had taxied the new Air Force One out, and it was sitting there, okay? Engines running. They were probably doing some type of test of like maybe electrical work or whatever. And he's like, look, see, I made them move this whole fucking plane because I'm here. It's like, are you serious? Really? You know, and I wanted to put in chat that you know, maybe you can call some of your people at the Pentagon and, you know, get in it, baby. I was just like, you gotta be shitting me. He invented university cops. Paul Blart, mall cop. Oh my God, it was fucking stupid. Absolutely stupid. I think the Cabal will try something during the World Cup, which starts Thursday and runs through July 11th. Yeah, do flyovers. And yeah, I heard about the mass shootings. That was down in Columbus. It was some street takeover or some crazy shit. I'm telling you. I hope, and like I said, I may be all wrong. I thought, hey, I literally thought I was going to have to come on Friday or Saturday and eat a lot of fucking crow. Because I thought they said the fucking SAVE Act passed. And I was like, there's no way. How the fuck were 2 or 3 people that I know in D.C. saying this thing has no chance of passing? And they know it. And how the fuck did it pass? Now I'm going to look like a complete fucking douchebag. And then, I don't know, it was a fake news story, or hell, I was stoned off my ass. I misread it. Now I can't find it. Hell, I may have been hallucinating it. But, you know, with this, shit. Election in California. This seems to be a hot mess too. Because, yeah, you're right, out of popcorn. Yeah, they ain't got the votes. And to me, I think it's kind of put on that course for some reason for it not to pass, and I think it's because of a national emergency order, especially now with you know, these states not turning over voter rolls. And if it's a federal election, then, you know, kind of like the Fed supersedes state. So I don't know. I did see too where there was a Obama appointed federal judge that basically told Trump he could not stop legal immigrants from coming into the country, you know, like putting a full stop on immigration period. So that'll be another. He was an Obama ultra left wing judge. So let's see. So what are your guys' thoughts on this UFC ring? I mean, I don't know. My conspiracy tinfoil hat says there's something else to it, but I don't know. I just think it's. I mean, that'd be like having a fucking circus in the middle of the fucking Red Square. You know, it's just not appropriate. You know, and like I said, I don't agree with that. Just like I didn't agree with them having gay pride shit all over the White House lawn with kids there and you know, women walking around with their fun bags hanging out. Hawk 2 Jeffries is going to fight at the White House UFC. Man, I'll tell you what. Whoever, whether it's Trump or somebody is a fucking awesome troll. I mean, they just keep going. Some of this shit is just so hilarious. Hawk 2 Jeffries. But yeah, it's so eerily quiet. Let me see. I want to look at on my end. Let's see. Am I connected? All right. I want to see how. Let's see. Slots 200. It says I don't exist. What? How do I not exist? Oh, there we go. Let's see. I have no damn clue why. Let's see. I don't exist. Let's see. Maybe it's because, let's see this. Man, I must not have enough points to slot. I'm sure Anna does. Anna's probably, she's probably got like 5,000 in there. Yeah, the FISA. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting month going into July 4th. I'm just sitting back, waiting on it. It's going to get interesting, to say the least. Let me see. I'm AI. Let's see. I gotta see what. Yeah, so my neighbor doesn't look like he's going to be back till at least minimum of Wednesday. I took Panda over yesterday so they could go out and run and play. And so I'll probably take her over once the sun goes down a little bit. Because you could just tell he's depressed because his dad isn't there. What, you want to come in? Come on. I'll put some WD-40 on that damn thing. Yeah. I don't know. That whole thing just seems fucking weird to me. All of it. Let me see. Oh, so they are going to make it pay-per-view after? Nice. Got to get that money. Let's go to studio mode. Free up some of that. See if we can get some audio up here. Oil your squeaker, right? Champion fights pay out usually more than $1 million per fight. No, look, I'd go in there and get the shit kicked out of me for about 30 seconds. Give me $1 million, I'll take a punch like a champ. Like a damn champ, boy. Let's see. Let me put this in. see. I can't believe it's June already. Man, time must be when you get older, time goes by a lot faster. World News Van. News on the prowl. That's funny. Night crawling. Oh, that's funny. Let me get... Yeah, time does fly. You got that right. Let's see. Fox News Now. How about John Bolton? I think John Bolton squealed. I think they gave him a kind of a sweetheart deal in order to get him to talk. Let's see.
Or do you get a brand new roof in the Canton Massillon area from just $8,499? At Canton Roofing Company, we make roof replacement simple for local homeowners. Right now, get a new roof fully installed from $8,499 and
Beautiful thing. It would make him rich.
Senator Bernie Sanders proposed this. coming into our country. A lot of oil is coming into the world that people don't even know about. And that's why it's at $97 a barrel instead of $300 a barrel. And when that whole thing is straightened out, it shouldn't take long. One way or the other, it's going to get done. And when it's all straightened out, you're going to have oil prices drop down to maybe even lower than they were. And you've heard me say this, I was in Iowa, and for a gallon of gasoline, it was at $1.85. And that was 3.5 months ago.
Last year, the FBI reopened its investigation into the cocaine found in the White House during the Biden administration. Have you been briefed on where that investigation stands?
No, but I might ask about it. I might ask. You mean in the shelves where they found the cocaine, actually? No, I might ask about it. Sorry. We're looking at that, yeah.
Are you still planning to talk to Taiwan's president about it?
I'll always talk to him, but we're looking at it.
What was your reaction to John Bolton agreeing to plead guilty in the classified documents?
Well, I was never much of a fan of John Bolton. I never thought he was a smart person. And he was a radical right in terms of war, not in terms of other things. He wanted to go to war with anybody that opened their mouth, anybody that talked. And I used him for a purpose. You know, he was involved with Bush, and he created a lot of problems. But he always wanted to kill people in war. And that was okay for me as long as I didn't listen to him, which I never did. He's a bad guy, John Bolton. He's a dirty guy, and we caught him. We caught him. And, he wrote a book. You look at all the information he took. I mean, if you look at that case, it's a great honor to have helped from the standpoint of encouragement. I looked at John Bolton as somebody that was a very dishonest guy and not a smart guy. And I guess he's paying the price for certainly being dishonest.
You mentioned the Kennedy Center, sir. How do you want to be involved moving forward?
Well, the same way it is. I'm the chairman. So we'll just keep it going. Somebody has to do it. It loses a lot of money. It has for years. It's lost hundreds of millions of dollars for years. And yet it's something you have to keep going. You know, it's the arts. They all lose money. Carnegie Hall. You take a look at all of that kind of thing loses. So they really, everybody, they want me to say very badly. So we're gonna take a look at it. The judge really hurt the Kennedy Center because he slowed down. We're gonna spend a lot of money on fixing it and making it, bringing it back to health. And the judge really made it very hard to do that. But I'm gonna look at his ruling on that. But we have to bring it back physically. We have to bring it back, and we have to bring it back in other ways. So we'll take a good look at it.
You mentioned Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Yeah.
With Pulte's move over now acting DNI, is an IPO off the table?
No, it's not. We're thinking about an IPO for that. It's not a rush, but we've created I could have sold that for literally less than 10% in my first term. I was offered, a lot of people were offering me money meaning the country, to buy Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, as you know. And it suffered tremendous hardship. And then we built it back. And I could have sold it in my first term for 1/10 of what it's worth now, and I didn't want to do it. Now I think we would consider an IPO, yeah.
And he would potentially...
No, he'd be there. No, he's staying there.
So then who are the people you're talking to for DNI? Can you give us
I'm looking at 5 different people, all very good, all people that you know very well, all people that do that kind of thing, and they're very respected people.
Mr. President, what do you think about Major League Baseball owners pushing for a salary cap? Do you think it's time for baseball to have a salary cap?
Don't they sort of have one? Don't they?
It's a luxury tax threshold, but the teams that have the money are willing to spend it.
Well, if you don't have a salary cap, you don't have a sport, because they can't help themselves. In sports, they can't help themselves. Football has a salary cap.
Every major professional league except Major League Baseball in America.
They should have done it a long time ago. I know so much about sports. They should have done it a long time ago. We're trying to help save college sports because they got some rulings that really essentially destroyed $500 million, where a certain school that I like very much in Florida, they lose $400 or $500 million. You can't have that. Nobody can afford that because they go crazy. That's why when you say Major League Baseball, it's shocking, frankly, that they didn't put a cap on many years ago. They had a chance to do a cap and they blew it.
Sir, on Ukraine, now that Zelensky has proposed a face-to-face meeting with Zelensky, do you still want them to go first before the U.S. gets involved in talks?
Well, I don't mind. I mean, it's let them deal. I'm the one that got them to this position. And I think that's going to get worked out. I think we're getting close to where Russia, Ukraine should have. It's a war that should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. But I think that's going to get worked out.
Will Secretary Rubio take a more active role, or are you expecting
He'll be involved. I'll be involved. JD, everybody. We'll all be involved. We want to see it done. You know, we're not spending money. They're buying things from us, actually, at full price. With Biden, he gave them everything. He just gave them hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons and everything else. But it's a war that should have never happened, and it's a war that has to be. Last week, 25,000 people over the course of the month, 25,000 people were killed. Russia, Ukraine, 25,000. It's not acceptable. Not acceptable. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
We were just hearing President Trump talking about the war between Ukraine and Russia, talking about the death toll that continues to rise. As I did want to share with you a live look right here from the United Kingdom. This is in London, as EU leaders are currently meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, as they are talking about their ongoing support for the Ukrainian leader right there. So happening right now, EU leaders are meeting with Zelensky, including UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the French president, and the German chancellor. We're going to just step away for a moment. A lot more news to get to. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. As we continue our coverage on this Sunday, I did want to share this live look of Capitol Hill, as lawmakers right now are taking their well-deserved break, but they're going to be back at it this week as the DHS funding bill continues to make headlines. We're going to turn now to our Fox 5 DC's On the Hill team for more.
Welcome back to Fox 5's On the Hill. You know, Democrats tried to use a partial government shutdown earlier this year to push for immigration reforms, but ultimately that did not work. Senate Republicans have now handed President Trump a victory of sorts, passing the funding for the Department of Homeland Security, which includes $70 billion for that agency. The bill now heads to the House. We want to welcome back in Virginia Democratic Congressman Suhas Subramaniam, a member of the House Oversight Committee, for reaction to all of this. Congressman, always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for joining us. So what was the point of the shutdown if Republicans got what they wanted anyway?
Well, we essentially didn't want to give them the votes to pass the record funding for ICE after what ICE had been doing to communities all over the country. So it wasn't necessarily a tactic as much as it was they weren't going to get our votes on giving $70 billion to ICE. So that's where we were. And so what they've done is unprecedented. They've essentially used the reconciliation process to fund their budget. And in doing so, they've started a precedent of allowing this practice and not needing 60 votes in the Senate. We'll remember that when we're in charge.
Yeah, it's a significant change to the way these things are normally done. Let's get back to ICE operations for a minute. You voiced very strong concerns about their tactics. Does anything change with ICE, or do they just go back to what was going on this winter?
Well, things have changed already, even because of our pushback. We've seen people at ICE lose their jobs, including the folks in Minneapolis who were in charge over there. We're seeing some subtle but some change happening with ICE operations, even here in Virginia. I wouldn't call that a total victory, though. The reality is ICE should not be funded like one of the top 5 militaries in the world. They're going after people who are here legally, for instance. I have stories of people who were mistakenly locked up in detention for 30 days and torn away from their families and lost their jobs because of it. Horror story after horror story. That's not real immigration enforcement. And so we need to continue to make sure that ICE is operating in a legal way. And we haven't seen enough so far.
There have been ongoing demonstrations over the last couple of weeks in the state of New Jersey at a facility known as Delaney Hall in the city of Newark over the conditions inside ICE detention centers. How much are Democrats on the House Oversight Committee learn about what's going on in that facility?
Not just that facility, it's facilities all across the country. I've visited several now, and some of the conditions are okay, but most of them are not. And there's been a record number of people dying in ICE detention over the past year, and more than the previous several years. And so we're in a position now where people are treated poorly. They're there wrongfully in many cases. They're picking up people with no criminal history, for instance. And this is all coming from D.C. You even talk to ICE folks off the record in the field offices, and they're saying that they get a lot of pushback when they are not detaining enough people.
Congressman, talking about pushback, something somewhat remarkable happened in the House this past week. The House passed a war powers resolution. It would limit the president's ability to conduct the Iran war moving forward. What have you heard from your Republican colleagues in the House about what we're hearing about growing GOP concerns over the course of this war?
They won't talk to me as much off the record anymore, but I'll say that I'm sensing an unease with this war. Remember, last year, Republicans, and the year before, they were campaigning and chastising Democrats on how we were entangled in forever wars. Well, this is the third Republican president in a row that has gotten us entangled in the Middle East in a forever war. In this case, I don't think the president understands or knows how to get out of this war because all the deals that Iran has offered so far are much worse than the 2015 deal that he himself basically put an axe to. And so at this point, all he's done is strengthen Iran's position by giving them control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so Republicans themselves don't exactly know how the president's getting out of this. Enough of them were fed up to where they voted for that Iran war powers resolution. And it was more of a symbolic vote because the president can veto it. But still, it's an important vote for the president to see that Congress does not approve of this war.
All right, Virginia Congressman Suhas Subramaniam joining us live this Sunday on the Hill. Congressman, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. It was good to see you again.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, and we do thank our Fox 5 on the Hill team for that coverage as they also continue to follow the very latest political headlines. We're going to just step away for a break. Much more to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to share this with you as we are now just days away from the start of the FIFA World Cup 2026. A lot of excitement as 48 teams, 104 matches kick off across 16 cities in the United States, Mexico, and Canada. This is a live look right here from Atlanta, Georgia, as we are taking a live look at this particular stadium. As you can imagine, with 104 matches across 16 cities in 3 countries, this is an unprecedented security challenge. As the Department of Homeland Security is estimating up to 7 million people visiting the United States alone for the World Cup. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wade Mullen telling Congress this week, quote, "I feel very comfortable where we're at, and I feel like we have a zero-fail mission," although he did note that the Secret Service was understaffed by about 860 agents. He says it is going to be complicated. As you can imagine, this is not just as a security and safety on the federal level, but state and city officials are also coordinating. A major part of this is also addressing the issue of human trafficking. And earlier in Boston, officials were talking about raising the awareness of human trafficking and how they plan on combating this with the FIFA World Cup. We're going to play out some of those comments for you right now.
Stronger alignment statewide. The World Cup gives us a responsibility and an opportunity to apply that broader strategy to a major global event and to strengthen systems that will continue to serve Massachusetts long after the tournament ends. Through the Human Trafficking World Cup Working Group, partners have advanced first responder materials, training resources, labor rights outreach, know your rights education, public awareness materials, transportation sector engagement, youth-focused prevention efforts, and coordinated response and planning for victims and survivors. This work is designed to reach the places where people may be most likely to see warning signs, including hotels, transit settings, restaurants, workplaces, public spaces, and community environments. and to make sure people know what to do when something doesn't look right. I especially want to thank the members of the Human Trafficking World Cup Working Group that led the statewide planning efforts on prevention, training, response coordination, public awareness, and victim and survivor services that you will hear more about today, as well as the Human Trafficking Subcommittee of the Governor's Council to address sexual assault, domestic violence, and human trafficking, the Survivor Advisory Group, the victim service providers, law enforcement partners, the Attorney General's Office, MassDOT, MEMA, DPH, DCF, DYS, municipal partners, federal partners, including the FBI and HSI, our community and survivor-led organizations, our two campaign partners, It's a Penalty and Rights for Girls, that are both here today with their posters, and my incredible team at EOPS, including Senior Advisor and Human Trafficking Working Group Chair Alethea Rebello-Pradas, and our Deputy Chief of Staff Elizabeth Pimentel, and our newly appointed statewide Anti-Trafficking Director Lisa Goldblack-Grace. This effort is about being ready not only to host a safe tournament, but to leave behind stronger partnerships, stronger systems, and stronger protections for the people who live, work, and visit Massachusetts. And with that, I'm honored to introduce a champion for this issue and for the people this work is meant to protect, It's a Penalty CEO, Philippa King.
Thank you, Secretary Cron and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, and all of the partners here and everyone represented in the room who really show leadership and commitment to addressing human trafficking across Massachusetts. I'm delighted to be here today as we celebrate the launch of the campaign here in Massachusetts. This campaign is part of the largest awareness initiative that we've ever done in the history of our organisation, and it's now live across host cities and communities throughout the United States, Mexico and Canada. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the Executive Office of the Public Safety and Security for your partnership, for your leadership in bringing this campaign to Massachusetts. We're also incredibly grateful to MassDOT and all of the agencies and partners who have helped make this campaign visible across the Commonwealth. Thanks to your support, awareness messaging is now reaching residents, commuters, visitors, workers, and communities right across Massachusetts. As previous speakers have said, human trafficking cannot be tackled by one organisation alone, and the partnerships represented here today are exactly what effective prevention looks like. I think one of the things that struck me most during this campaign is seeing how communities connect through shared purpose. And actually just last month we were in Miami launching the campaign down there, and one of our partners was visiting Boston this week and was so excited to actually see the campaign live across Massachusetts and the Transport Network. So, you know, it's part of a bigger global ecosystem. And I think it was a real reminder that while these issues are local, they're also global, and our collective response must be truly international. Unfortunately, human trafficking is one of the fastest growing criminal industries in the world today. It affects an estimated 50 million people worldwide. And I think while public attention often focuses on sexual exploitation and sex trafficking, labour trafficking is a significant and growing concern globally. And I think particularly within sectors that support the major sporting events, so high-risk industries like hospitality, construction, transportation, food services, and within their supply chains. It's really important to state that major sporting events in and of themselves don't cause human trafficking. It happens 365 days a year in every town, every city, every country. But they can increase the vulnerabilities and the risk to individuals. Because demand increases, criminals seek to exploit that rise in demand. So that is why we do this campaign, that prevention, awareness and collaboration is so important. We've worked for the past 12 years globally and harnessed the power of support as a really positive platform to raise awareness of this issue, educate communities, challenge assumptions and encourage action. Together with our partners, we have delivered campaigns at 24 major sporting events across 14 countries. And it has gone to help protect tens of thousands of people from both labour and sexual exploitation. Human trafficking thrives on silence and the belief that nobody cares and nobody is paying attention. And that's why people understanding more about the issue and raising awareness of it is really important. I would really like to acknowledge the lived experience panels and experts that worked here in Massachusetts and have provided feedback to make sure that the messaging for the campaign here speaks with dignity, sensitivity and authenticity. We could not do this campaign without them. It should be nothing about them without them. And it is essential if we are to create awareness that is both effective and responsible. So thank you. Awareness does matter, and awareness does work. During one of our previous campaigns, a young boy saw our campaign film on a flight, and he recognised that he himself was being exploited. That one moment of awareness, one moment of recognition, was one opportunity for him to seek help. So that's why campaigns like this matter. And the real impact of the campaign, it will not be simply on the posters, the billboards, the transport placements, or the videos. It will be whether one person recognises that exploitation is happening, maybe to themselves or to somebody else that they know, and understands that actually help is available. Massachusetts is already doing such important work on this issue, as you heard from Lieutenant Governor Driscoll and Secretary Kwan, and the systems and the partnerships that are addressing it in your plan. It's been such an honour for us to stand alongside you and support you in that work, hopefully help to amplify it, and use the power of sport to reach as many people as possible. So thank you for standing with us, thank you for partnering with us. And now I'd like to hand over to the Office of the Attorney General's Chief of Fair Labour Division, Lauren Moran. Thank you.
I did want to play out at least a portion of that, as we've been hearing from officials across the United States from various cities as they are preparing for the FIFA World Cup, which is set to kick off on Thursday. Part of that, they say, in addition to security measures, is also to address the issue of human trafficking. So I did want to share that with you. We are going to just step away for a break, but after that, as I was talking about, this is an unprecedented security challenge, as we're talking about 48 teams, 104 matches across 16 cities in the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Coming up after the break, we're going to be speaking with the president of Sachs Consulting Incorporated about the security challenges and the plans in place. That conversation coming up in just a moment. Stay with us. We are now just days away from the start of the FIFA World Cup 2026. And this is a live look here at just one of the many stadiums where games will be held as security ramps up. This is a very complex matter, as you can imagine. 48 teams, 104 matches across 16 cities in the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Now, in the United States specifically, this is going to span 39 days. 11 cities are going to be hosting various matches with a total of 78 games. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin is saying that he feels very comfortable with where the security measures stand, but he did say it is going to be complicated, noting that the Secret Service is understaffed by about 860 agents. To talk more about all of this, I do want to bring in Timothy Dimoff, who is the president of Sachs Consulting Incorporated. Those firms, including, has conducted security for a number of large events, including NFL football games, the NBA All-Star Game, the Republican Convention in Cleveland, Ohio, just to name a few. And Timothy, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
So, just talking about the sheer scale of just having security measures in place. This is not just a one-day event. This is a 39-day event in the United States specifically. When we're talking about the scale of security measures and just how complex this system is, how would you rank it?
Well, without a doubt, since it's an international type of event and you're bringing in multiple international country representatives and you're bringing them into the United States, Mexico, and Canada, just in the United States alone, bringing in all these foreign countries, athletes, and all the additional people that accompany these athletes and everything. This is probably the top of the scale as far as the challenge goes for security. And it's a very complicated, but it has to be very well organized in order to function. And I'm confident it will.
And we've been hearing from officials, this is something that they've been preparing for several years as the United States was named as one of the host countries. As we take a look at where it stands now, particularly with the backdrop of what is happening across the globe, when you take a look at any security concerns, what comes to top of mind for you?
Well, you have different levels. First, you have a local level where basic criminals are going to try and take advantage of everybody that's participating as far as a spectator in the event, being able to steal from them, rob them, break in their rooms, those kind of, we call it the lower level of just general criminals taking advantage of general people at the event. Then you have the next level, which is a little more sophisticated. They're a little more targeted towards what they want to do. Their goal is to have a bigger type of criminal action. And then the last is the international. You have different athletes in different countries being represented at this event. And we got wars going on in the world. We got high animosity between certain countries and ethnics, and criminals and terrorists look at this as a potential opportunity to get front stage and make a statement and potentially harm key people from key countries.
And can you also talk to us about, bad actors also trying to target maybe soft targets, not necessarily the stadiums or events itself, but, areas or individuals on the peripheries? I imagine that that's also a concern.
It's a huge concern because you've got a lot of people participating in events in multiple cities who are not familiar with those cities. And you have criminals who are familiar, and so they're going to be looking for those weaknesses. people walking alone or with just one person, staying in hotel rooms, walking from one venue to the next. And basically, criminals look at that as what they call easy prey, and they look at it as multiple opportunities there.
Now, this is an incredible event that is taking place for more than a month. A lot of people, 7 million, in fact, we were hearing that number coming into the United States alone, at least that amount. People just want to have fun. They want to have a good time. They want to celebrate, the team of their choice. What would you recommend to folks? And they may not even be going to the stadium. They may just be going to a local restaurant or bar to enjoy the match. What would you recommend for folks who want to have a good time, but of course also be aware?
Yeah. A couple things. Number one, in these situations, you have to constantly be aware of your total surroundings. So we tell people, we train people 360 degrees. Anywhere you're going, as soon as you leave your room, as soon as you start walking from one place to the next, be aware of 360 degrees. Secondly, absolutely try not to walk, travel anywhere by yourself. People that are alone or singularly going to places or participating in things, they are the biggest targets, they're the easiest targets, and they're also the most vulnerable. So it's really basic understanding of what's going on around you, and the more people you can be with, the better you can be with. And of course, the last thing is avoid areas at night that are dark, alleys and different things. Stay out in the mainstream of things.
Timothy, before we let you go, is there any other aspect of all of this that you're keeping a close eye on? There's also been a lot of talk about concerns over drones, etc. And we're now in an era where it's not just in person. There's also concerns over cyber attacks or remote attacks as well. Anything else before we let you go that you really want to highlight?
What I think is very important is most people attending these events are not familiar with the venues that they're going to. Parking areas, parking decks, hotels, restaurants, venues holding celebrations. First thing you do when you go anywhere to any segment of the event for this glorious, great opportunity for the United States, but the one thing to do every time you go into a building or you go into a parking deck or you go anywhere of a venue, walk around and learn where the optional entrance and exits are. You don't want to wait till something bad happens and the only thing you remember is the one place you came in. You need to know, familiarize yourself with options of entrance and exits. That's super important.
And Timothy, that's not just great information for the World Cup. It's really, information that you should use, at any part of your life, wherever you should go. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And preparation, as Tim was saying, is absolutely key. If you are lucky enough to actually attend one of these matches live, or if you're just simply trying to enjoy, out and about, prepare, make sure that you have a plan of action, be aware of your surroundings, and figure out alternate routes should the need arise. This, as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullins says that he is confident and very comfortable with where they are at when it comes to making sure that this incredible event is safe and secure. A live look there from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. And I also wanted to share this with you here as well, because Fox 1 is going to be streaming every single match. We're talking 104 matches in 4K. You don't want to miss the action. In fact, if you scan that QR code right there on your screen, you can watch 3 days for free. This is the biggest tournament on the planet. It's coming right here to the United States, and you can see all of those matches live in real time. It kicks off June 11th, so really just a number of days away on Fox and FS1. And you can stream all of those matches on Fox 1, trying 3 days for free. All right, we are going to just step away for a moment. After that, though, the White House was talking about the FIFA World Cup and the preparations. We're going to play that out for you after this. We are just days away from the start of the FIFA World Cup 2026, and earlier the White House talking about preparations. Let's play that out.
Giuliani, the executive director of the White House Task Force on the World Cup FIFA 2026, and we are here in Miami, one of the host cities, so we are so excited to welcome you all today, taking advantage of this amazing opportunity to speak about this exciting event. So with that, the floor is all yours. When you're done with remarks, I'll go ahead and help moderate Q&A. But welcome.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the hospitality. I appreciate it. Wonderful to see everybody here today. Now 7 days until the largest sporting event, not just in American history, but in world history kicks off. When you think that we are just a week away from the 2026 World Cup with 48 teams from around the world coming to the United States of America, to Canada, to Mexico, for what will be the most viewed sporting event ever. What I tell my fellow Americans who may be getting more and more into soccer over the last 32 years since we hosted the 94 World Cup and the 99 Women's World Cup is about 130 million people watch our Super Bowl. And we consider that to be a national holiday. You have 1.6 billion people that watched the last World Cup final, and we are projecting over 2 billion to watch this World Cup final. This will be as viewed as anything ever over America's 250th birthday. What an amazing time it is to be able to show off American exceptionalism and invite the world to come celebrate our 250th birthday with us. Obviously, we have 11 host cities here in the United States of America where we'll have 78 games going from Boston, New York, New Jersey. As a New Yorker, I have to say New York first. There's a little debate between New York and New Jersey, but I say New York, New Jersey. Philadelphia, Atlanta, Miami here, of course, which will host, I think, the most in-demand group stage game between Colombia and Portugal on June 27th. Dallas and Houston, Texas, Kansas City, Los Angeles, where the U.S. will be kicking off their opening game on day 2 of the tournament on June 12th against Paraguay, San Francisco, and Seattle. And then obviously in Mexico, we'll see Mexico City, where they'll be opening up the tournament 1 week from today, Guadalajara and Monterrey. And then in Canada, we'll be in Toronto and in Vancouver. So 16 incredible North American cities for 104 matches, 11 cities here in the United States of America with 78 matches, all with very different cultures and feels here. I think that's one of the things that the world will get to see as well over this 39-day stretch, is just how I think diverse the United States of America is, the different backgrounds that you'll see, whether you come to Miami, Florida, or maybe to Boston, Massachusetts, or Kansas City. That'll be a new destination for, I think, a lot of the international crew. I know how excited they were to draw Argentina for their opening match and for the base camp. I know Argentina's arrived. I know Brazil has arrived. I've actually got a very good friend whose hometown is Morristown, New Jersey, and they're giving me on-the-ground updates, what feels like every hour in terms of the Brazilian team coming in. Very, very exciting. But I think we have an amazing story to tell of preparedness here for the World Cup. What people will see is you'll see 78 games, 11 sites that will be set up similar from a safety and security perspective to the Super Bowl, which means you'll see multiple perimeter checks for tickets. We want to make sure that anybody who is getting into and certainly near the stadium as well, that they have a ticket. That way we can prevent any security issues. You'll also see that from a counter-UAS, a counter-drone perspective as well. One of the things that we've really pushed forward on the task force in the last year is making sure that World Cup games and fan festivals were able to mitigate against drones, against both idiots and evildoers, as we like to say there. So you think last year alone, in 2025, putting aside the few national special security events that we had, think the inauguration, last year would have been the joint address, not the State of the Union, UN General Assembly, those are the national special security events. For the SEER event rated events, the special event rated events, that's a Super Bowl, Boston Marathon, Indy 500, events like that, 5 throughout the course of 2025 had counter-UAS protection, 5. This year alone for the World Cup, all 78 matches will have counter-UAS mitigation protection, and one of the fan fests in each of the 11 cities, so that's Bayfront Park here in Miami, will have counter-UAS protection for the duration of the tournament, which means 23 days here in Miami. Really, really an amazing story to tell when you will think that there will be over 150 sites protected against drones when we think last year there were only 5. So incredible progress there on a front that truly is an emerging threat to us. But when you think about the excitement, and I'll open up to questions here in a moment, but in my conversations with the 45th and 47th to all different corners of the world. And so he's very excited to host these games. We know there's no larger platform that America will have than this. I guess you can argue maybe the opening ceremonies of the Olympics in 2028, but we'll have that discussion in a couple years. But with that being said, how about we get into some questions?
The security at the sites on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The federal government, federal agencies, how limited are they in providing support on the ground?
Well, we've provided multiple buckets of federal funding assistance, right? These are SEER events, as I mentioned before, which means they're run by state and local authorities, right? So Miami PD with regard to the Fan Fest, Miami Gardens with regard to Hard Rock Stadium, or as it will be known, Miami Stadium. But we've come in with multiple pots of security funding to be able to help them in that and be able to help fix what's going to be, not fix, I should say, to be able to overlay some of the potential gaps that exist. I'll point to two specific pots of money. One $625 million security funding pot, which is for law enforcement overtime. You'll see it for some equipment around there, some of the anti-scale fencing, if you will, and for additional officers, additional private security. That's what that money is for the 11 host cities. And that's why, in many ways, Miami is able to offer this fan festival at Bay Park for no money, because that money was pushed forward in the One Big Beautiful Bill and given to the 11 host cities. And there's a second pot, and I pointed out counter UAS before, but there was a $500 million counter UAS pot from the One Big Beautiful Bill, also same bill, which covered fiscal year 26 and 27. What we on the White House Task Force did as soon as that money was put through Congress last year, I think it was July 3rd, it was right around July 4th last year, just before July 4th last year, is we worked with the Air Sovereignty Task Force and said, well, the first $250 million for fiscal year 26, we recommend that it goes to the states with the highest SEER-rated events. So that would be the National Capital Region with all the different events that are going to be going on around our 250th birthday, and then the 11 states that are hosting World Cup games and World Cup related games, right? You know, I know Kansas, Missouri's hosting the games, but you'll have base camps, as we know, Argentina and Kansas. Same thing with New York. I guess we got to go back to New York, who's not actually hosting games, but it's going to be hosting most of the Fan Fest as well. So of that $250 million, we were able to get host cities, work directly with host cities, so then that way the state SAAs can go and purchase counter UAS equipment. So then that way, once they purchased that, they had a federal grant that could be reimbursed. We worked through 5 different rounds, maybe 6 different rounds, depending on the state, of state calls to help break through some of that bureaucracy. We also worked to pass the Safer Skies Act, which was in the NDAA last December. What that did is that gave state and local law enforcement the authority to be able to mitigate against drones. That's strictly been a federal authority. What you'd see at the 11 sites that are hosting games, that will still be the feds. What this will be at Bayfront Park, for example, is that's going to be a task force model there where you will see one Fed, FBI, along with Miami PD. Now, what they did in order to do that, once the Safer Skies Act got passed, is the FBI created a training school in Huntsville, Alabama. We were actually just at the last graduation a couple weeks ago there. State and local authorities were able to go there, get trained up for a 3-week course. Then the Department of Justice were able to deputize those individuals, those officers that got trained up. And at that point, once FBI is able to embed with them, you now have the ability to be able to do that. Once the World Cup ends, we look forward to actually the guidance coming out, the rulemaking coming out. So then that way, as we look at other major events that come to Miami, let's say another college football national championship as we had in January, or who knows when another Super Bowl will be coming back, other events, even games like your typical Dolphins game, let's say. They in the future will have the ability to be able to mitigate against drones.
Will they be able to? They're keeping the equipment from the...
Yeah. Oh, it's a federal grant. It's an opportunity to keep it. Now, the one thing you see in this space is the technology is evolving very fast. And that's how we've really leaned in on this. We've wanted to make sure that there is a full chain, so then that way we can mitigate. But what we're telling people is there's a 3-mile temporary flight restriction around the stadium. There's a 1-mile temporary flight restriction around Bayfront Park. There's a zero tolerance policy. This is not the time to go and put your drone up there to go take a video of what's going on in the area. They will be confiscated, and there will be consequences. So it's a no drone zone. Leave your drone at home.
As you probably know, we had a snafu last year, I think it was, with the Venezuela and Argentina-Colombia game.
2 years ago.
Right, 2 years.
2024.
And they got bum rushed. I guess
Yes.
you guys are obviously thinking this out. There's going to be a certain different way of going in. And
Yeah.
That's all about.
Yeah, no, it's a very different perimeter, too. So that was back in 2024. Know that President Trump was still a candidate at that point again. We know that there's different leadership now. Also with Sheriff Rosie, who's been fantastic. I've really loved working with her. And I think we saw the difference between Copa America in 2024 and the Club World Cup in 2025. I think some of the complaints we heard from the Club World Cup was the taxi and Uber drop-off was too far away. That's a much better complaint to hear than 30,000 unticketed fans rushed the stadium and people were worried about getting trampled. And frankly, they were very lucky that there were no casualties. So there will be multiple layers of security. It's going to be a very different setup. Like I said, it will feel like a Super Bowl. There'll be more security around there than there was even for the college national championship. So if you do not have a ticket, you do not go to the stadium. It will be checked. It'll be checked on public transportation. If you take public transportation there, it will be checked before there will actually be a scan. Then there'll be a scan. Then there will actually be the hard ticket scan. You'll get turned away before you get there. That's why you have a great event like what's at Bayfront Park. Or some of the other activations that we know that are going on in the city. So it's extremely different, and I think people learned a lot from that nearly tragic experience.
How does the administration going to balance its hardline immigration policies with its obligations to welcome the world and helps to unify the globe as one of the World Cup hosts?
Yeah, well, I think what we've done to create legal pathways to be able to come here to the United States for this World Cup is nothing short of incredible, especially in light of the fact that there was one government-wide shutdown. There were two Department of Homeland Security shutdowns. I can point to the fact that in the first half of this fiscal year, from October 1, 2025 to March 31st, 2026, there were over 5 million ESTAs that were processed. We can take a look at Argentina and Brazil, for example, as two countries that a few years ago had wait times. For Brazil was 700 days in Rio or Brasilia. It was 700 days 2 years ago. Now that number in Brazil is down to less than a month. And that's because of all the work that the State Department has done. And the consular affairs team there is absolutely fantastic. They've done an amazing job. But, I mean, taking the wait time down from 700 days to a month. We know how passionate and how much the Brazilian fans are traveling. We'll see it right now. Argentina is another fantastic example. The wait times in Buenos Aires a couple years ago were 300 days. They're now down to less than 2 weeks. And in talking to the ambassador there, I spoke to him last week, he promises me they're actually a day. He said, I've got a long line, but I actually am able to get people their B1, B2 visa adjudicated, their appointment within a day. And I want to be clear, we're not going around the safety and security procedures. We want to make sure that you get your B1, B2 appointment, but we still have to make sure that you're not a terrorist threat or any kind of an issue to the country right there. So that's really, really key there. The other thing that we did was create the FIFA Pass for ticket holders. If you have a ticket to this World Cup, it gets you to the front of the queue. So if any countries are still, in light of all the TDY staff that the State Department has done, the Consular Affairs has done, if you still cannot get your visa appointment, you have a ticket, then that gets you to the front of the queue. Again, you're not going around the safety and security procedures. So that's what we've done to create legal pathways to come here to the United States for this World Cup.
But inside the country?
Yeah, and what I would say is if you are inside the country legally, then you have nothing to worry about. This is something that should be really, really a great enjoyment for everybody who's come to the country legally, whether it's as a resident or as a citizen or as a visitor.
As for fraud, as far as outside the stadium, people taking advantage of the situation, obviously taking advantage of somebody that might not know about tickets, and or other frauds related to that time frame, is there any kind of task force or something that you guys are looking into prior to that?
Yeah, we estimate that there will be a lot of different cyber potential cyber attacks on the World Cup properties. We saw this back in Qatar in 2022. There were over 15 billion attempts, cyber attempts, on the state of Qatar, on FIFA World Cup and all World Cup related properties at that time. We expect that number to be at least that number. We've been preparing. We've been working with our state and local partners to make sure that their cyber hygiene is up to snuff, and certainly with the ticketing issue, especially when you're talking about that you have many different language barriers from around the world. It's very easy to get caught up in, a potential link or anything. So what we've continually told, I've talked to all the U.S. ambassadors about this, actually met with about 20 ambassadors to the U.S. Last week, 2 days ago. The time's all kind of blending together at this point with 7 days to go. But I told them very, very clearly, make sure in your native language to tell people that are coming to the United States that if you get something and you don't recognize who it's from, check with that person. Don't click on any links. We know that that's going to be a way for either potential state actors to just people that are fraudulently trying to make a few dollars illegally off of this. So we certainly know that's something that we've been tracking really since we got this World Cup, and we just have to tell fans to make sure your cyber hygiene is good.
Can you clarify, coming back to immigration, can you just clarify something? President Trump, I believe in January, made a comment about some 70-plus countries would not be, or residents of those countries would not be granted visas, and then I think you spoke to my colleague in January saying that that was only for applications for permanent residency and not for the type of visas you would need to attend the World Cup. Can you just repeat or emphasize that again and explain, what the difference is between who is not being granted a visa and who is eligible? Yeah,
aside from Iran and Haiti, the two teams that have qualified, 46 of the teams will have the ability to go and gain your visa to be able to come in. I think Iran for obvious reasons, and we know with Haiti the many issues that they're currently having in the country there, and the overstay rates being I think over 31% at this point. So there's
So we did want to bring you some comments from earlier this week as security continues to ramp up ahead of the FIFA World Cup 2026, now just a number of days away. We are continuing to follow some breaking news developments, though, that I wanted to share with you as you're taking a live look here from Tel Aviv, Israel. This, as the IDF says that Iran has now launched missiles toward Israel. From the IDF via Telegram, saying a short while ago, sirens were sounded in several areas across the country following the identification of missiles launched from Iran toward the state of Israel. The public is requested to follow the instructions on the Home Front Command. At this time, the Israeli Air Force is operating to intercept and strike threats where necessary to remove the threat. So we did want to share that update, as earlier we did share this with you. This is from Trey Yingst stating from an Iranian parliament member that Iran would fire on Israel tonight in response to the IDF strikes in Beirut. Israel now saying that has happened. Any additional information, we, of course, will bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we are just going to be stepping away for our final break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinu. On the other side, my colleagues will continue our coverage with all that you need to know on this Sunday. We'll be right back.
Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, a live look in Washington, D.C. at the White House here on this Sunday. I'm Andy Mack, now in the anchor chair. Thank you to my colleague Stephanie Quinue for guiding you the last several hours and obviously entering a new week, 100 days since the beginning of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And we're following some of the latest details of what's going on out there as Israel is saying that Iran, for the first time since this fragile ceasefire took place, saying that Iran has launched missiles in their direction. This a live look right now in Tel Aviv here on this Sunday, and it's a first such bombardment since a fragile ceasefire took effect in early April. Tehran had warned of retaliation after Israel on Sunday struck Beirut's southern suburbs without warning in defiance of Washington's request days ago to stand down. Israel called it retaliation for the Iranian-backed Hezbollah firing at northern Israel earlier in the day. So some big developments that we're following here on Live Now from Fox in terms of that. We also heard from the Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on his way back to Washington, D.C., talking about his views on this, saying the Trump administration, if they do not reach a peace deal with Iran, saying they would be prepared to, quote, do what needs to be done to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Let's take you out to some of these comments here from earlier today.
Time for a few questions. What did your kids take away from the trip?
I hope they took away the cost of freedom. And the faces of both the young men and women who are serving right now, who we got to see at St. Mary Église. We got to greet all the troops that were there, that they got to see them and talk to them and get their patches and interact with them, but then realize that the men that we saw in those wheelchairs at that event, that was them 60 years ago. Same Americans, same stock, just the absolute best, willing to put it all on the line, knowing that that could mean their life for the country. And so connecting that ceremony and those crosses and those markers, and that's why we walked through and we talked about the names on those markers and the families associated with them, and then connecting that to the living and the young Americans that still do that today. I want them to feel it. I want my kids to sense that, but I also want to amplify that so that families all across our great country appreciate even more how special America is and how special the fighting men and women of America are, who step up to put the uniform on to fight for people they'll never know. And that's why those towns, if you've never been there before, come to France for D-Day, Normandy, French towns with American flags flying everywhere. It's a beautiful sight, and it is a testament to commitment and sacrifice.
In your speech, you mentioned ideologies invading the beaches in Europe. What did you mean by that?
Well, obviously, Europe's they've opened their borders in many cases, defunded their militaries and opened their welfare state. And you've got a flood of refugees that a lot of countries have had challenges dealing with. That's what I was referring to. Everybody knows that problem is one that Europe needs to confront, and we hope they do. But ultimately, that was about 20 seconds of a 10-minute speech that was focused on memorializing those that gave everything.
It's been almost a year, or a little over a year rather, since you launched the review of the Biden Afghanistan withdrawal.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can give us an update on that and when Americans can start expecting some accountability.
Oh, it's coming. This is a very thorough report on what happened in the Afghan withdrawal. When we promised to do that at the beginning of our term, it wasn't a paper exercise. This is a real review. I think we pegged it to later this summer is when it's coming out. The preliminary findings I already will soon have access to. All the interviews are complete. All the review of classified information is complete. So that's coming. It's not a matter of if, it's when. It's nearly complete. We want to make sure we dot all our I's and cross all our T's and get it right because of the implications of it. We took it deadly serious from the beginning.
And Secretary Hegseth, regarding the war in Iran and the ceasefire, Iran has fired at the U.S. At shipping in the Strait of Hormuz several times. The U.S. is conducting self-defense strikes.
Yeah, we've shot them down.
Commercial shipping. So is it a ceasefire? How do you define ceasefire?
Of course it's a ceasefire. I mean, the president has said that. He's very clear. Things can happen intermittently during that, But right now, the president is committed to getting a great deal for the United States of America that ensures they never get a nuclear weapon. I watch him every day in that pursuit. He's dedicated to it. And we are prepared at the War Department, if that does not happen, to do what needs to be done to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. But we're negotiating actively. Things are happening. Shipping is moving through. Iran shouldn't be shooting at it. And when they do, we take care of that, as you would expect. But ultimately, we think a great deal is likely coming soon. So thank you very much for traveling with us. Appreciate that. Thank you.
When the 4 Republicans voted on the War Powers Act?
All right, some quick remarks here from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as he's coming back from those D-Day remarks, asked about what's going on with some of his comments in the middle there, but also the withdrawal in Afghanistan, some of the reports, but also the latest in the ongoing fight in the Middle East as it continues on. A live picture right now in Tel Aviv, and this comes as Israel on Sunday said that Iran had launched missiles at it in the first such bombardment since a fragile ceasefire took effect back in April, complicating the mediation efforts for a deal to end the war. Tehran had warned of retaliation after Israel on Sunday struck Beirut's southern suburbs without warning in defiance of Washington's request to stand down days ago. Israel called it retaliation for the Hezbollah firing in northern Israel earlier in the day. Iran had warned the attack on Beirut would renew full-scale war across the Mideast, even as Pakistan tries to restart talks between Tehran and Washington. Iran wants a deal that includes ending the war in Lebanon. So obviously some big developments there in what we're monitoring. We'll keep an eye on the skies there, as well as any comments coming in from officials in the region, but also back here at home with the president. As you might imagine, he might have something to say on Truth Social about that. We're also monitoring right now here on Live Now from Vox another major world conflict, that going on in Ukraine, and some leaders, world leaders, gathering in London. As you can see, 10 Downing Street, as this is a live picture that we're following right now of this, as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky insisted Sunday that Europe must play a key role in any negotiations to end the war with Russia as he arrived for talks in London with key European allies. Ahead of the meeting hosted by the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Zelensky said talks will focus on further efforts to help Ukraine's effort in the war, including air defense. Also present at the meeting at 10 Downing Street, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, UK, France, and Germany, also called the E3 group of European nations, have been prominent backers of Ukraine following Russia's full-scale invasion back in 2022. So obviously keep an eye out on this shot here on Live Now from Vox. Sometimes we'll see comings and goings of leaders coming out of this. And obviously this meeting comes in light of the recent developments, the wake of Russian drone strikes that killed several people waiting at a bus stop in southern Ukraine. Another person was wounded in a drone attack in Ukraine's southern Zaporizhia region. The head of the military administration writing there on social media, a separate drone attack struck a storage center for a nuclear facility in the Kyiv region. So we're following all of these developments on several major international developments. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in London. Also, anything back here at home in relation to Ukraine and the Mideast. I'm Andy Mack, a live picture in Washington, D.C. at the White House here on this Sunday as we're following plenty of top headlines heading into a new week. President Trump obviously hosting different events. So over the last several days, he will be heading to New York City for Game 3 of the NBA Finals, taking place at Madison Square Garden. The first time a NBA Finals has been played there since back in 1999, and security very much heightened. The NYPD recently noting that there will be no gatherings outside of the Madison Square Garden during the game, just due to security enhancements in that area. So plenty to talk to as we head into a new week. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. New developments in the Middle East as Iran is potentially launching strikes. Israel saying Iran has launched strikes in the latest such bombardment since the fragile ceasefire went into effect back in April. This coming in from Trey Yingst on social media saying he just spoke with the president. Having more on Fox News in just a few minutes, talking about suggesting to Iran, you've got your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. So following that closely here on Live Now from Fox. All right, so that is what we're following out of the Middle East. As we are also monitoring the latest in London as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky meeting with different officials from several key European allies. You can see French President Macron, MERS as well. So let's just listen into this here on Live Now from Fox as they're meeting, talking about conversations about supporting Ukraine in their fight against Russia. Let's just listen in briefly.
Bonjour messieurs, dames. Monsieur le Président, vous allez bien? Merci beaucoup. Un truc sur Trompé. On a évoqué tous les sujets.
It appears that the conversations will continue on between Keir Starmer and Vladimir Zelensky as the two officials from France and Germany, respectively, they depart 10 Downing Street. So they're talking about supporting them, saying the negotiations, talking about the efforts to help Ukraine's war efforts, including air defense. So this was just a live picture. We wanted to see it for a little bit. As you can see, they're shaking hands, talking about what's going on in Ukraine, in those European nations in support of Ukraine. Obviously, we're following that in light of what's going on back here in the United States. The FIFA World Cup, the world's game coming inside the United States, Canada, Mexico, also in partnership with hosting it. And obviously, all eyes will be on all of these monumental matches, over 100 spanning a month's time to crown a champion in that event. And a live picture in New York City as this will be the final, where the final will be played to really crown a champion. It's going to be an exciting time as New York's MetLife Stadium, New York Stadium will host the final. We've heard different press conferences talking about what to expect from these games, including from the New York Governor Kathy Hochul, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Let's take you out to what they had to say earlier this week about this topic.
Extra lift in their step and wearing their Knicks gear as I was trying to go incognito, but everybody seemed to know there's just something magical in the air. So it's a very special day. Go Knicks! Make us all so proud. Make us all so proud. I'm standing here with our mayor, who is aligned with me in our strong desire to keep this city safe, protected, accessible, and fun during the next few months or next month and a half of World Cup games, as well as many, many other activities over this summer. So I want to thank him and his incredible team of commissioners who are assembled here as well to make sure that we do have exactly all those accomplished by the end of the summer. So I'm excited to partner with the mayor on this. Our MTA chair and CEO, Jan Oliver. We've been through a lot of battles together, and I appreciate your strong, consistent leadership of this extraordinary organization. And as I mentioned, the number of commissioners that the mayor will introduce, but also from the Thomas Taffy, from the MTA Police Chief, Demetrius Critchlow, the New York City Transit President, Justin Brannon, my state.
This print prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift it, work in it, and take it. Whether it's one of a kind or one for your whole team, if you need it, we print it. Print everything for your business at vistaprint.com.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
In 1 year, 33,000 cars all have cameras. So we are watching. We know what is going on our subways at every moment. As we just toured the incredible nerve center of the MTA, where people are watching what is occurring as well. Platform barriers. A lot of anxiety about pushing on the tracks. We're going to continue this effort, but nearly 150 stations have platform barriers. So someone who's feeling anxious or concerned about an individual can literally stand behind them and feel safer. And every single station with bright LED lighting. It's the first thing I said when I went down there. I said, let's brighten this up. Let's have better lights. Let's paint the walls. Maybe paint the walls orange and blue. Maybe that's a good idea next. Would cover the Mets too, wouldn't it? Sorry, Yankees fans, I had to say that. But as a result, we're seeing incredible changes. Not just in the psychology of the riders as I'm riding, and people maybe it is the Knicks effect, but people are excited and happy and feeling more relaxed and not as stressed out in general. And subway crime is down to a 16-year low. 16 years. I mean, that's unbelievable, where people now don't have to have this as their number one concern when they leave their homes and head out to the subway. And also just in the last year, and I thank the mayor and Commissioner Tisch and his entire team for subway crime is down 6% for what they do as well since last May. So that's when you have a dramatic drop, you don't expect to see a drop anytime soon again, because how long can you keep a trend going? Well, it dropped another 6% since last year. So extraordinary results, but we never say mission accomplished, ever. We know we always have more work to do. But now the World Cup, we know a surge of fans will be using mass transit to get to and from the stadium, or to their favorite soccer bar, or to the Fan Fest events that we announced you're doing in every single borough. We're doing around the state as well. And this all requires additional resources. The personnel, the technology, what is going to be required, and we're going to go into more details, but not just from the MTA, but from law enforcement as well. But I want to say this. We can handle this. We've got this. This is what we do best. And for those who are saying, stay home from work, and no, come to the city, celebrate. Otherwise, you're missing the excitement and the energy. So we've been planning for this for years, table-topping this exercise as we're ramping up our police presence, more transit police, NYPD, state police, our National Guard Joint Task Force Empire Shield to be fully activated, patrolling our major transit hubs and other special World Cup events. And again, we're used to this. We have the New York City Marathon, and we're always looking forward to UN Week, right? Favorite week of the year, to Climate Week. It's also Clinton Global Initiative and all kinds of activities, and U.S. Open, and a lot of things we handle, and sold out concerts and sporting events at Madison Square Garden, including outside the Garden, where people are excited, gathering in the streets to watch the Knicks, as they will be up until the fourth game, and then they'll be done. I didn't say that. I did not jinx anything. Okay, just want to get it clear. But bottom line is, we're used to this intensity. We're used to this traffic. Our police are the best. Our MTA team is the best. We know how to handle this. So I want to reassure New Yorkers that this is not something that's going to catch us by surprise. This has been something that we have tabletop for a long time. And again, we just had one of the largest training exercises in the entire state at Moynihan Station to prepare for this. And All this relies on collaboration, breaking down agency silos that have existed in the past, not for this. And we work as a team with the city and share intelligence. We're also going to be deploying drones to safeguard critical locations across the transit system, including our bridges and tunnels, critically important, but also just managing the flow of people. Now, as I mentioned, some states might be saying, stay home, it's going to be a hassle. That's your choice, your choice. But for those who want to be part of the financial, cultural, sports, entertainment capital of the world during this time when the world is watching us, we're ready for it. That's the main object of explaining what we're doing here today. So I know Jana's going to talk about we're running more subway trains into Penn Station on game days. We'll be more 7 trains into Queens so people have no trouble getting to our free fan fest, especially on World Cup match days that coincide with Mets home games. I mean, this is exciting. We're also suspending all construction work on match days. Yay, good idea, right? Yes, it's a brilliant idea. I don't think I came up with that, but it's a good one, whoever did. And to prevent unnecessary backups. And Jana's going to go into more detail, but I just want to say this. No city is better prepared than New York. No city knows how to handle crowds, extra riders, intercept criminals, online threats, and no city is better prepared to keep its trains and buses running on time. And each match day, roughly 100,000 people will take our trains and buses out to World Cup events. But 100,000 is nice. We handle 6 million riders a day. So this is something that is absolutely within our control because we know how to deal with the volume and the anticipated guests. We want to make sure they have an extraordinary experience coming to New York. So we have the premier athletes on the field, the premier law enforcement teams right where they need to be, all of them protecting us. And so I'm fired up. I'm excited about this. I'm a huge sports fan, whatever it is. If there's a ball involved, I love it. And so we're excited New Yorkers, and I just want to say I feel so proud to be standing with this team behind me that knows how to handle this, and people are going to walk away from this experience saying, yes, New York got it right. New York is the World Cup. Let me introduce our next speaker, our mayor, who's been joined at the hip with our teams to make sure that this is also wildly successful as a lifelong diehard soccer fan. Correct, Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much, Governor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let's go Knicks. What an incredible game last night. I appreciate everyone still being here this morning. So I want to say thank you to MTA and MTA Chair Jana Lieber for hosting us today. Thank you to be here alongside so many partners in government, including Governor Kathy Hochul, who I'm proud to work with as we ensure that this event proceeds not only safely but seamlessly. And as the governor said, we have a number of leaders from our city government that I just want to take a moment to acknowledge. We have our DOT Commissioner, Mike Flynn. We have our NYSEM Commissioner, Christina Farrell, our Deputy Mayor for Operations, Julia Curson, our Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Helen Arteaga, our DSNY Commissioner, Greg Anderson, our FDNY Commissioner, Lillian Bonsignor. We have citywide event coordination and management representative Dawn Tolson here, as well as a number of state partners. I say all of these names because, as the governor has said, this is truly a collaborative effort across not just agency, but also every level of government. Now, 1 week from today, the World Cup will kick off in Mexico City. 2 days after that, the whistle will blow at New York, New Jersey Stadium as Brazil and Morocco play the first of 8 games just across the Hudson. Over the month that follows, there will be drama. There will be last-minute goals. Belgium will inevitably be called a dark horse. Some teams will seek to adopt the defensive tactics of the special one, Jose Mourinho. To put it bluntly, many a nation will park the bus. I'm not here to slander those who park the bus. It is a legitimate strategic approach on the field. But I am here today surrounded by city, state, and leaders at every single level to make one thing clear to everyone who is watching. New York City will not be parking the bus. The World Cup will be an enormously exciting moment for our city. But over this month to come, excellence will not only be pursued on the pitch. Excellence will be pursued in the work that government will do and has done to ensure that our infrastructure, transportation networks, and emergency preparedness plans are fully operational. For the past month, countless agencies, city leaders, and city workers have been meeting, planning, and preparing for the World Cup. We are ready for this moment because we are New York. We know, as the governor said, how to put on big events. From the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade to the NBA Finals, let's go Knicks, to the UN General Assembly. We have done it before, and we will do it again. As we look forward to a summer of activity and celebration, I want to share with New Yorkers what to expect and to ask New Yorkers to take a few straightforward steps to help keep our city moving. First and foremost, New Yorkers should plan for increased congestion and traffic delays, especially in Manhattan, where there will be some altered street and bus routes in Midtown specifically. On match days, there will be dedicated bus and shuttle lanes, 2 on both 5th and 6th Avenue from 42nd Street to 59th Street. 42nd Street from 1st Avenue to 12th Avenue, as well as West 40th Street between 8th and 11th Avenues, and West 41st Street between 8th and 10th Avenues will be bus and shuttle blocks. Access on these blocks and lanes will be limited to New York, New Jersey Stadium shuttle buses, MTA buses, as well as official World Cup vehicles and emergency vehicles. I told you that we wouldn't be parking the bus, but I do want to encourage New Yorkers traveling into Midtown to park their cars at home, take a bike, ride the subway, or walk. Public transit will be running and able to get you where you need to go. For New Yorkers lining up to take New Jersey Transit, we will close 33rd Street between 6th and 8th Avenue, as well as 32nd Street between 6th and 7th Avenues on match days. These blocks will be closed to traffic, and they will be closed at least 6 hours before each match. Once again, if you can avoid driving into Midtown Manhattan on a match day, I'm encouraging you to do so. There will also be restrictions placed on truck deliveries on match days. From 6 hours before matches kick off until 3 hours after each match concludes, truck deliveries will be restricted between 30th and 60th Streets. Smaller vehicles will be exempt, as will Jalen Brunson. As with any event of this scale, New York City is scaling up our coordination structure and expanding our emergency response. We will have an emergency operations center, and we are working with partners to ensure an integrated security effort. We are prepared for everything, from high heat to flash floods to increased traffic. I also want to encourage New Yorkers to sign up for Notify NYC's new Summer Emergency Alert program, which will share real-time notifications in English, French, and Spanish, including about traffic disruptions. If New Yorkers would like to do so, they should text SUMMER26 to 692-692. Again, that's SUMMER26 to 692-692. Throughout the World Cup, I will be sure to provide New Yorkers with constant communication. Before every match, we will share updates with New Yorkers on the news, on social media, and wherever else they get their information. I will close with this. Mario Balotelli, one of the greatest strikers in recent memory, once said about his muted goal celebrations, "When I score, I don't celebrate because I'm only doing my job. When a postman delivers letters, does he celebrate?" When New York City puts on a World Cup that is organized, that is safe, that runs smoothly and easily, will we celebrate? No, because we are only doing our job. New York City has the people, the preparedness, and the excellence to achieve a truly great World Cup. And working together, we will. Thank you. Now please welcome MTA Chair Jano Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Governor Hochul. There's an emerging theme that you've heard from the governor and the mayor, which is mass transit is what makes it possible for us to have these huge events without changing New York, without telling people to stay home. And the other theme is this is not our first rodeo. We at the MTA are accustomed, as the governor said at some length, we're accustomed to hosting these kinds of events, especially every year, the U.S. Open, over 1 million people. So moving millions is what we do. 4.5 million every weekday on the subway these days, 7 million, including all of our different MTA operations. And keeping riders safe while we're delivering them to their destination is always the #1 priority. Now, Chief Michael Kemper has led the security planning from the MTA side for the World Cup, working closely with partners at the state and local and federal level. And we, as the governor said, participate in extensive training exercises for quite some time. This is not something that we just started getting into in the last few weeks. This has been going on for quite some time. And we are especially grateful, again, to the MTA PD and also to the NYPD, who are going to be ramping up patrols in the subway system and throughout Midtown. There are going to be plenty of eyes and ears on the ground. supplemented by that network of cameras, literally tens of thousands of cameras that the governor mentioned, which are going to be monitored in real time. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Flynn, I want to touch on a few service adjustments that riders need to know about. The good news.
All right, listening in there to New York officials talking about the latest and what's going on with the World Cup in terms of transit, in terms of preparation. Is it going to be a busy summer in so many different spots, including 11 in the United States there in New York, preparing for some big matches, including the final. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're following the latest developments ongoing in the Middle East. As Israel has said, Iran is sending missiles in their direction, obviously making a question about the ceasefire, fragile one, now in place. I do want to hear from Trey Ying saying the latest on all of that's going on, saying he spoke with the president, saying more on Fox News as he said, quote, "What I would suggest to Iran, you've got your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal." He does have more comments from the president here on Live Now from Fox, also on social media from Trey Ying, saying it's certainly not going to help negotiations, saying we're very close. I would say an agreement will be signed Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this week. And now this takes place as he suggested to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough, get back to the table. Trump also criticized Israel strikes in Beirut on Sunday, saying he's not happy about it. A live look right now in Tel Aviv here on this Sunday as we're following the latest as Tehran warned of retaliation after Israel on Sunday struck Beirut's southern suburbs without warning in defiance of Washington's request days ago to stand down. Israel called it retaliation for Iran-backed Hezbollah firing at northern Israel earlier in the day. Israel's attack on Beirut came a few days after the Lebanese and Israeli governments agreed to a ceasefire in the U.S.-hosted talks, though Hezbollah rejected the deal. Iran had warned that an attack on Beirut would renew a full-scale war across the Mideast, even as Pakistan tries to restart talks between Tehran and Washington. Iran wants a deal to include ending the war in Lebanon. And again, this from Trey Yinks on social media talking about he spoke with the president. He said, I could see incoming Iranian missiles out the window soaring toward northern Israel. It's certainly not going to help negotiations. What I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. On Israel striking Beirut earlier today, I'm not happy about it. So potentially more conversations between the president and Netanyahu. Of course, reports earlier this week that President Trump called him crazy, saying President Trump did, that he was perturbed by the Israeli prime minister for some of their actions in the Middle East. All right, plenty of developments here on this Sunday. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're in the middle of the NFL offseason, but still plenty of conversations about expectations heading into a new year. And for Bills quarterback, the superstar Josh Allen, heading into this year, it's going to be a new look for him. He has a new head coach. He welcomed his first child. There's a new stadium being built in Buffalo, but the expectations are still unchanged, trying to hoist that Lombardi trophy. As you can see, an in-depth article here from Tyler Dunn saying this city winning a Super Bowl is the last greatest sports story in all of the world. I really do believe that. I want to be the guy that does it, as he sat down with the Bills quarterback Josh Allen, saying he feels reborn. Let's be joined right now, NFL insider, podcaster, host, reporter, everything, Tyler Dunn. Tyler, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And obviously, so much is different for Josh Allen heading into this year, but the expectation still as high as ever. What do you take away from that conversation?
Always a pleasure, Andy Mack. Thanks so much for having me, brother. I think the last time all of America saw Josh Allen, you could feel what he was feeling in that moment after they lost to Denver, excruciating fashion, on the heels of wide right 2, 13 seconds, a pair of AFC championship losses, go right down the list. No quarterback in NFL history has won more playoff games without a Super Bowl appearance than Josh Allen. So the pain was real. He absorbed the blame. He pointed the finger at himself. There were tears. There was sadness. There was dejection. It was hard not to think, Andy, like, has he had enough, right? And at some point, you just get sick and tired of losing this way. His numbers are unbelievable in January, historically great. It's always been the defense and tight coaching, and we can get to his mistakes against Denver. Josh owned up to that as well. But I guess that was the impetus for this. Okay, look, that's the last time all of America saw you. Where are you now mentally? And I can assure you he is in a fantastic place, extremely rejuvenated. His words, reborn, my words. He looks like a new person. And I think that everybody out there watching who has become a new dad or a new mom feels the same way. It's completely changed his life.
And you started the article with that, how fatherhood really changing who he is as a person and potentially as a football player. And obviously we talk about just the sentimental moments, but he also potentially called himself the diaper king for his ability to kind of change out some diapers. How much has that really impacted him becoming a father?
In a million ways, right? Like he just gets married a year ago, and then he becomes a father very quickly. They're not outsourcing parenting to a cadre of nannies. Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld, they're doing a lot of this on their own, if not all of it. He's up from 2 to 3 a.m. rocking this baby to sleep, or trying to. They've kind of figured out over time that it's almost better to just speak out loud in their normal conversational voices than try to whisper and like calmly put their daughter to sleep, because she's him, she's her. That Josh kind of laughed about it. She wants to be a part of the party. So yeah, I think he is in that war zone that we've all been in, right? For these first 3 months. And probably when it comes to fatherhood, yes, he calls himself the diaper king. The number one takeaway, he will never, ever, ever let his daughter watch Baby Shark or Coco Melon or any of those other awful TV shows that are basically handing your child drugs. They're the worst of the worst. I'm sorry. I could rant for hours and hours. Our 3 children will never watch any of that. But yes, he's in a very, very good place, Andy. He's feeling refreshed. And look, he does have a new coach. They are going to play in a new stadium. He has a new wide receiver. I think all of this has helped Josh Allen, who just turned 30 years old, by the way, feel rejuvenated to go to work in the morning. Him and Joe Brady, they really are kindred spirits. Very similar. You can see it at practice. Joe Brady's bouncing from drill to drill to drill. And I think they're made for each other. I think it's also important to think of this too, Andy, to really bring it to the present. How does Josh Allen, again, back at base camp, try to reclimb that mountain? He brought it back to when he was 18 years old, to when nobody wanted him throughout the country. Let's not forget that. He was a 0-star recruit out of Fireball, California. I mean, he's not even registering on any of these scouting service websites. He goes to JUCO. He balls out there. nobody really wants him then. I mean, he was a diehard Fresno State Bulldogs fan. Their head coach, Tim Druder, he didn't want anything to do with Josh Allen, not even as a walk-on. So he's used to being told no. He sent out 1,000 emails. His emails are basically being treated as like a Nigerian prince scammer. Nobody's even getting back to him. So I just think that's what he's kind of leaning on. That experience, his identity, who he is. He's always been somebody who proved everybody wrong. Even in the NFL, we all saw it on Twitter. I mean, he's getting mocked and memed daily. He's been proving people wrong his entire life. To blast through that wall, that final hurdle, he really is tapping into who he's always been. And he gets into everything in our story, golongtd.com.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to see where he's come, but where he is. And obviously, he also turned 30 just a few short months ago. Obviously, the Bills putting this out on social media, 30th birthday. And we talk about some of the losses that the Bills, that Josh Allen has sustained, just how gut-wrenching, but that's not anything unfamiliar to Bills fans. How long does he think he has in this window to really make that greatest sports story of all time become a reality?
That's a great question because his play style is unique. It's one of one. We've never seen this. We've never seen 6'5", 240 pounds, hurdling linebackers, stiff arming DBs, doing whatever he wants with his arm, with his legs. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger kind of had that play style, but Ben Roethlisberger isn't just jumping over people like Josh Allen can. So that's something I wanted to figure out here, especially on the heels of that Denver game. And Josh Allen pointed to 2 mistakes, 2 regrets he really does have from that playoff loss. One being the throw to Dawson Knox late, at the end of regulation that he missed. And then the other one at the end of the first half when he fumbled and basically gifted Denver 3 points. And so you start to wonder, okay, he's 30, he's getting older, he's taken a lot of hits. He could barely walk the last month of the season, by the way, with a broken 5th metatarsal in his foot. And he broke his hand before that. He's played through a million injuries. He's got the longest starting streak in the NFL right now. Ways to go from Brett Favre, but current players, he's quarterbacks, he's number one. Number one takeaway from this story might be he ain't going to change a thing, man. He is not going to change his play style. He basically told me when he has to change the way he plays, when he has to start seeing all those construction cones and red tape and hearing don't do this, don't do that, then it's time to hang it up if you can't be yourself. He's planning to be Josh Allen. That's what got him here. That's how he blowtorched all the doubters, by playing the game the way he knows how to play it. So you might say, okay, how long can you really play that way? I don't know. I mean, physically, he looks great. He feels great. I'd say it's more so on the Bills to make sure they've got the right roster around him. And maybe you just don't call that play at the end of the first half, right? You kind of keep him out of harm's way at times. Brett Favre has told me that's where Mike Holmgren really helped him. He's going to play the way he wants to play. I'd say late 30s. Look, Matthew Stafford is an MVP. He's going to be 40 soon. I know, totally different play style. I think Josh Allen has an entire second stanza at his career here.
All right, we'll see how long that lasts. Obviously, he can evolve a little bit, shape his career a little bit. We've seen that in a way. And obviously, you mentioned the loss to the Broncos, and he had a gift wrapped this upcoming year as they do play the Broncos on Christmas Day on Netflix at 4:30. So we'll see if he has plenty of conversations around that loss. Last year is going to have to be revisited all week with the media. I do want to ask you, because you mentioned Joe Brady. They got DJ Moore for a second rounder. How much is this offense rejuvenated by this group? How potent could they be?
They really did lean on that quote unquote everyone eats philosophy in the passing game post Stephon Diggs. And it was great. Look, in 2024, they averaged 30 points a game. There was an 8-game stretch where they scored 30 or more right in the meat of the season. But ideally, Mac Hollins isn't leading your team in receiving in an AFC championship game. And the next year, James Cook, he led the NFL in rushing. They spread the ball around again. But ideally, I think you really do want somebody on 3rd and 8, fourth quarter, a minute and 10 minutes left. Like, it's going to make a play. Like, pre-snap, Andy, we're going to get this player the ball. Like those old Green Bay rec basketball games where Andy Mack is dropping 10 threes. We got to get Andy the ball because he's going to drain it on this possession. They haven't had that guy the last couple of years. They think they found that player in DJ Moore. I was at OTA practices or OTAs. Don't read too much into them. I get it. Last week at OTAs, DJ Moore just moves differently than all the other receivers on this roster. He is fluid. He glides out there, and they haven't had a receiver like that in a long, long time. One other note, too, on Joe Brady and the changes in Buffalo. I think the most important relationship in sports is between the quarterback and the head coach. The relationship between Sean McDermott and Josh Allen, it wasn't necessarily toxic, right? They're not fighting in the locker room, any of that. It wasn't necessarily that great either. From what I've been told repeatedly by sources, the relationship with Josh Allen and Joe Brady is special, is very, very good. I think Joe Brady will be able to push him in a way Brian Daboll was able to as an offensive coordinator, yet also get the best out of him. He understands this team needs to flow through Josh Allen, something that I don't think Sean McDermott really did understand.
And obviously, it feels so rosy between Joe Brady and Josh Allen right now at this moment when nothing really matters, when we're in off season, where guys are getting paid just to show up and be in the building. When something goes wrong in Buffalo, when they stack a couple losses, if something happens in terms of injury, when they go through adversity, what do you think that relationship is going to look like? They've been through it before, but what will it look like when everything doesn't necessarily go right?
I love that question because nobody knows. I think that Joe Brady was the right hire. Josh Allen is sitting in on all 9 head coach interviews for a reason. Terry Pegula wanted his input. He's been there now since 2022 as a QB's coach to OC, now to head coach. You don't know how a head coach is going to respond to adversity until they take that Mike Tyson uppercut to the jaw, right? You can have all the best plans in the world. You don't know how you're going to respond until you're in that situation. You know, there's a longtime Bill I know really well, and he's connected with the players on this team, on past teams. He loves Joe Brady. He loves Josh Allen. He made that same exact point. You don't know how anybody's going to respond when you are 3-5 and it feels like your world's caving in. We'll see. Right? We'll see. I do think that Joe Brady's life, though, has really been leading to this moment. He is somebody that can think quickly. He processes things in real time. He doesn't overanalyze. That was a problem for his predecessor in big-time moments. He's able to think on the fly, make those kind of decisions. And it really goes back to when Joe Brady is a 6th-string wide receiver on his high school team. Somebody got hurt. He just ran onto the field, caught a pass, and next you know, his playing career takes off, gets to William & Mary. He's sleeping on a floor at a coaching clinic for his coaching career to take off. He's a go-getter. You can see how Joe Brady and Josh Allen did hit it off. So I think they have a fighting chance. Let's put it that way. They've got a chance to win a Super Bowl now because they've got a quarterback and a head coach who are on the same page.
Yeah, 2 guys that were underdog backgrounds that really made something so big of themselves. All right, Go Long TD has this full conversation, this one-on-one. I loved how you phrased it too, saying, quote, how on earth can anyone harness all this raw emotion for good? Any other big takeaways from Josh Allen before I let you go?
I think that he has his why. And again and again, we try to get to, okay, we've seen how these seasons end. We've seen your emotion. What's different? What's going to change? And yes, you can play in a new stadium. He's very hopeful that new Highmark Stadium is not on Indian burial ground. There was a Seneca Nation observer there. You never really know. So maybe they aren't cursed across Abbott Road. We'll see. A new wide receiver helps. A new head coach helps. But Josh Allen is a new dad, and you can see that parenting means everything to him. He's been through a hell of a lot, and I think he had a daughter at the absolute perfect time in his life.
Yeah, it's going to be so special, obviously, for him going through that for the first time, and obviously him on the football field trying to realize that dream of winning a Super Bowl. Tyler, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Always great to chat with you.
Thanks so much for having me, Andy. We'll love to come back any day, anytime. We got a lot of football to get into, and it'll be here before we know it.
No off season for Tyler Dunn. All right, my man. I appreciate it. Good chatting. All right, great conversation. Breaking it all down here on Live Now from Fox, one-on-one with Josh Allen there on Go Long TD, talking about balancing football and fatherhood for one of the best, one of the most special, unique talents the National Football League has to offer. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Alive Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. All eyes on New York City on Monday night for Game 3 of the NBA Finals, as the Knicks hosting an NBA Finals game for the first time since 1999, as they will take on the San Antonio Spurs. And plenty of celebrities will be in attendance for that, including the President Donald Trump, as he says he plans to attend. And if you're planning on going to this game or being outside of MSG, you'll have to alter your plans a little bit. From Fox 5 New York, saying that Knicks fans hoping to catch Monday night's Game 3 action outside of Madison Square Garden will have to change and adjust their plans. The NYPD officially canceled the outdoor watch party for fans to cheer on the Knicks to bring the NBA Finals home. It comes as President Donald Trump expected to attend, and follows more than a dozen arrests made during a chaotic watch party outside of MSG on Friday. And this coming in from the New York Knicks, talking about some of that enhanced security, saying, quote, a strict no bag policy will be in effect, and fans should make every effort to limit personal items in an absolute minimum. Fans should expect enhanced security when entering MSG, including TSA-style screening procedures. Guests are strongly encouraged to arrive at least 2 hours before tip-off to allow additional time for screening and entry. Let's be joined right now here on Live Now from Fox for more on this. Retired New York City Police Department detective, hostage negotiator, and adjunct professor at John Jay College, Michael Alcazar. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, security enhanced for Monday night. In your eyes, what security enhancements are being made, and how much weight will it be on the New York Police Department tomorrow?
So they canceled the watch parties, but that doesn't mean they're still going to have a detail of uniformed presence outside the garden just in case something pops off. So they stopped them from having a watch party there, but pop-off watch parties will probably going on all over the city, so they'll still need police officers on patrol just in case. They're taking every precaution, especially because the president's going to be there. So I think they're going to do, no bag checks, and they're going to want people coming in. If you can even afford the tickets to the Garner, the cheapest ticket was like $11,000. So.
Yeah. What type of challenges is the NYPD? What could they face? What are they keeping their eye out for?
Well, because they eliminated the watch parties, that's probably half the battle. And if it doesn't happen in the by the garden, that should be good. They're looking for any kind of bad actors that might be able to secrete something into the garden, which if you've been to the garden, they want you. You go to a magnetometer, so it's very difficult to get anything into the garden. So I think that's not going to be a big challenge. What the challenge is going to be if a large crowd starts gathering and they can't control it, which I think they will be, because, again, we deal a lot with parades and protests and pop-up parties like this. So I don't think it's going to be a heavy lift, considering that the NYPD is very well prepared for it. The commissioner said there's no tolerance. So they already made a few collars, people climbing the bus stops, climbing the street lamps and the traffic lights. So, and it wasn't really that bad. I think it was like 6,500 people. They made about 29. They put 29 people in custody, which is less than 1%. So I think for the most part, it's happy fans just trying to have a good time with a few bad ne'er-do-wells, taking advantage of the situation.
And some of this video up, I believe, is from Game 1 outside of Madison Square Garden. So we saw a crowd gathering. It's going to be even bigger there for Game 3 potentially. But how wide of a window, how far away can they keep people away from Madison Square Garden? Because I know so many people are paying attention to the Knicks, but the Big Apple is the Big Apple. How wide of a security around MSG will there be?
I mean, if they're doing what they're saying, they're going to cordon off. They're going to have frozen perimeters. So unless you can display that you have a ticket for the game, or you're an employee, or you reside in the area, they're probably not going to let you. I would imagine they're not going to let you within 2 blocks of Madison Square Garden. Again, it's going to be a challenging task because, New York City's a very dense society. So the work is there for the police officers on the streets.
What additional kind of expectations and responsibilities fall on law enforcement with the president there, with the Social Security detail as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw recently, the 2 perps that tried to throw a bomb by Gracie Mansion. I'm sure that's a concern, right? So we're going to have hostage negotiators on standby. We're going to have emergency services on the rooftops, snipers on the rooftops, plainclothes detectives in the crowd to identify any bad actors, and again the uniform presence. So high alert because it's gonna be a sensitive location. The Garden is a soft target, so we want to eliminate any kind of threat that are lurking or potentially planning something.
How much involvement does the NYPD have in some of the street closures? Because we know the comings and goings are also going to be a challenge for the president and others. How much will the NYPD be involved in that?
We're going to be involved in that heavily because we're going to be working together with Department of Traffic. We're probably going to have blocker vehicles. We have stanchions, we have the planters, but we'll probably have blocker vehicles again to prevent anybody if they decide, they've been using a lot of vehicles lately to accomplish these terroristic threats. So we have blocker vehicles, sanitation probably on standby, and we're going to be working in conjunction with Secret Service because the president is coming. So I believe the NYPD is going to take the lead, and we're going to identify any kind of credible threats and prepare for it.
What type of involvement will the NYPD have inside of the stadium, inside of Madison Square Garden during Game 3? What type of presence will the NYPD have there?
I'm sure they're going to have some uniform presence there. The Garden security is pretty good. Secret Service is going to be inside. Our Joint Terrorism Task Force, units, detectives would probably be in there. I think, but for the most part, it's probably not going to be as big a presence because, again, once you're in the Garden, they're probably going to have police officers when they're wanding you and you're going through the magnetometer in case there's somebody that they have to remove or arrest. But I think once you're in the Garden, they've done their job, they've done their due diligence to identify any bad actors, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be still a presence, but it's not going to be as strong a police presence as it is outside the Garden.
And we've seen, and we talk about celebrities, President Trump in attendance, but it's different because on the courtside seats, we see Spike Lee, we see Ben Stiller, we see Timothée Chalamet, other mainstay Knick fans. How much of a difference will it be for them in terms of security? Because I imagine it's different from regular fans already. What will it change for them, for celebrities going to this game?
For celebrities, I think they're still going to get their seats because the president's polarizing. It's probably going to be unusual for them because they'll probably notice, again, there'll be Secret Service probably dressed in Knick fan gear, right? So they can just blend in, but they're going to be like hawks eyeballing everybody. So I don't know if the celebrities will easily identify them, but their presence, I'm sure, will be felt.
Do you think any chance, because they're telling people to show up 2 hours early to get into this game, saying TSA-style security, is there any chance that this game might be delayed? Is security so heightened that we could see it being pushed, just be trying to get people into their seats?
Yeah, I think the 2 hours is probably a good idea because, again, they're going to make sure that no one's bringing bags, right? They're not bringing anything on them that they shouldn't. So I think that's ample enough time, but there's always a possibility if an arrest is made, if some kind of disturbance happens, there's definitely a possibility that the game could be delayed. But I think maybe not because, again, it seems like they're very well prepared for it, for any kind of eventuality. And hopefully it goes off without a hitch.
Yeah, so much security, so much kind of spotlight on this. Outside of the arena, maybe just inside as well, what type of incidents are security teams monitoring? Is it terms of crowd? Is it disorderly conduct? Is there something else?
Yeah, mostly it's going to be disorder control, right? Any bad actors trying to take advantage of the situation. But I think, like I said, for the most part, it's just New York fans trying to celebrate, this amazing event that's happening that hasn't happened since 99, a championship, not since the 70s. So it's justifiable. Everybody's excited. And the police aren't there to, prevent you from having a good time. They just want to make sure everybody's safe. And again, predominantly everybody was on their best behavior. So the police just want to eliminate any kind of intruders, any bad actors trying to take advantage of this crowd, because the crowd's not looking around. They're watching the game. They're looking for the win. So our job as law enforcement and the Secret Service is to make sure that everybody's safe and having a good time.
How much balance does the NYPD put on having people in uniform, but also kind of in more plain clothes? How much of a balance is there, and maybe how many potentially plainclothes officers might be involved?
I don't know the exact number, but I wouldn't doubt if there's a lot of police officers undercovers wearing Knicks gear. If I was still on a job, and I remember when I was in Vice, I put on like Yankees gear, Knicks gear to go to these events to make sure there's no ticket scalping, there's nobody selling alcohol. So it's going to be a detail that I can't disclose, because I've never worked, a Knicks finals game when I was on the job. So I don't, I'm sure they've thought of it carefully to see how many plain clothes they'll have in the crowds, even in the game, to make sure that nothing dangerous happens while the president's there, while the other celebrities are there.
And just obviously we talk about what's going on there on the ground, but I also know social media, everyone's going to be monitoring that. How much of an enhancement will police have on that, seeing any chatter on social media that might perk their interest?
Yeah, that's par for the course. We have a computer crimes unit that's dedicated to that. We're lucky that we have that follow any kind of like social media, any kind of like announcements, hashtags. They're carefully monitoring that, again, to thwart any kind of like, terroristic or some kind of a planned attack. I'm confident they're watching. They've been watching that. They're still watching it. They'll be watching it the day of.
What's the most challenging part for the NYPD? Is it getting everyone into the building? Is it just the game itself, the post-game? What's the most challenging portion?
I think just getting everybody into the Garden's not really arduous. They're going to have tickets, right? So it's easy to eliminate who can get into that frozen perimeter. I think probably the most challenging is if these pop-off events, we're not having it outside the Garden, but there's going to be very enthusiastic people that still want to celebrate and gather around. So I think for the NYPD, it's going to be challenging to disperse a crowd that's growing, and they're going to have to deploy, again, like the SRGs, the counterterrorism units, to make sure that they have enough manpower to remove individuals. And you got to nip it in the bud, right? You have to show that you're not going to tolerate people climbing the bus stops or the climbing in the traffic lights. You have to make that arrest quickly and then disperse people quickly. I think most people get the message, like we're not, putting up with any kind of nonsense, and most people just want to have a good time, and they'll probably just go to the many bars and restaurants that are hosting the game.
In Game 3, obviously, the Knicks already hold a 2-0 advantage for this game. If they win, they'll be one victory away from an NBA title, something they haven't seen since the 70s. But if they lose, obviously, 2-1 series in this best of 7, is there a difference in your eyes? If the Knicks win, people will be happy, maybe less likely to start a commotion. If they lose, people will be upset. Is there a distinction?
I think so many people, Andy, are so invested in these games. I remember when I was on patrol in the 7-7 precinct in 99. When the Knicks were playing, we didn't get any 911 calls. It was insane. People were just home watching the games. So I think, they're going to be very excited. It's probably going to be very quiet in the city while the game is going on, because everyone's glued to their TVs or hanging out at their local bars. But if they do win tomorrow, I mean, the NYPD should just prepare for like pure pandemonium. And if they win Game 4 and doesn't even go back to San Antonio, I hope they're prepared for like a parade, which is going to require another detail of police officers, for that celebration.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting, because I imagine, like you said, a bunch of these New York Knicks fans are NYPD officers. Can you compare it to anything? You mentioned how NYPD has to handle parades, other world dignitaries coming to the Big Apple. Does it compare what we're going to see on Monday night to anything else?
I mean, it's not really, for me, it's not really a big deal. We've done like the New Year's Eve is probably the biggest event that we've hosted, and we've had the police officers, and we've handled that so well, really no incidents. So this is small compared to that. So I don't think it's that big a task for the NYPD, but they have to do the due diligence. The chiefs and the captains have to deploy their manpower to make sure that everyone is safe. And if they do that and we have a strong uniform presence, I think they're going to do a good job keeping it safe in the city. And hopefully everyone can just celebrate and have a good time.
And as you mentioned, half the battle potentially just getting rid of some of these watch parties outside of MSG to eliminate that possibility of it popping up. Are we missing anything, Michael? Anything else you want to know before I let you go?
I think you covered everything pretty good. I think we talked about it extensively. I think the NYPD is doing a good job. Again, we are not the enemies. We're Knick fans too. Many of us are Knick fans too. We just want everyone to have a good time, stay safe. Don't do anything stupid when you're hanging around the Garden. Don't get locked up. You want to be able to enjoy the Knicks win if it happens tomorrow, and hopefully a championship for New York.
Yeah, you don't want to do anything you regret, so you miss potentially a Knicks championships, and that might be motivation enough to keep everyone calm out there. All right, Michael, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thanks so much. All right, great conversation breaking down what we know on this. A Knicks finals game 3. President Trump going to be in attendance and security heightened for that. They're asking people to show up some 2 hours early for this, as this was on social media talking about it. TSA style screening procedures. Guests are strongly encouraged to allow a couple hours early to allow for that screening. We do know that President Trump will expect it to be in attendance, and this comes as they're also saying they will call off. They are suspending some of these watch parties outside of Madison Square Garden to eliminate any possibility of a threat there. Madison Square Garden and U.S. Secret Service, they've already implemented a sweeping security overhaul for Game 3. Heightened protocols, including a strict no-bag policy and limited personal items, no storage for prohibited items, announced by the Knicks on Saturday over the weekend. So Game 3 of the Knicks-Spurs series taking place on Monday, and then potentially a deciding game if the Knicks can take care of business in Game 3 for Game 4, which you can only imagine would be pandemonium in the Big Apple. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. A couple Live Now looks, including in Washington, D.C. at the White House in this Sunday, just past 5 o'clock local time, also at the U.S. Capitol building. So plenty of top headlines we want to get you to. Let's take you out to our Fox 5 Washington, D.C. team, Tom Fitzgerald and company, breaking down some of these latest headlines, including the primaries in California and more.
Good morning to you. It is Sunday, June 7th, 2026. We welcome you in to Fox 5's On the Hill. I'm Tom Fitzgerald. We're going to begin on the headlines this morning, and it takes us out to the Middle East. There are more attacks underway. The U.S. and Iran exchanging strikes now, yet another sign that ceasefire agreement could be further away than previously thought. Iran has also launched attacks against American bases in both Bahrain and Kuwait. Bahraini officials say that the missiles and the drones were intercepted before they could do any damage. The U.S. is blockading the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. plans to ramp up the economic pressure on Iran. Back here at home, Republican senators handed President Trump a win, passing the $70 billion immigration enforcement funding bill on Friday. It followed an all-night marathon of what's known as a vote-a-rama on the floor. The vote now goes to the House. The newly passed immigration bill supports both ICE and Border Patrol through the end of President Trump's current term. We're going to have more later in the program with Congressman Suhas Subramaniam from Virginia coming up later on in the program. Right now, primary elections continue to approach across the country. In California, ballots are still being counted as many races there remain too close to call. President Trump just sent an official from the Department of Justice to California to observe the vote counting. So what are these primaries telling us about voting trends, and how could those trends affect control of Congress later on this year? We want to welcome in Bloomberg's national managing editor, Sarah McGregor, joining us live this morning from L.A. Sarah, good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let me just ask a vote count question here. Why is this taking so long in California?
This was expected all along, believe it or not. In California, it often does take days, if not weeks, to count the ballots for elections. It's less of a problem when an election isn't as close as the California races so far, the LA mayor's race, which is getting a lot of attention as well. But because it is so close, it's hard for the election to be called. California allows votes. There's a lot of mail-in votes in California, and California allows 7 days after the election, as long as your vote is postmarked and sent to the election officials, to count that vote. So it's just an enormous amount of time. There's very thorough scrutiny of the ballots. And so here we are now, days out from the election, and there's still millions and millions of votes to count.
Yes, Sarah, I want to ask you about that LA mayor's race, because there's an interesting wrinkle in that. Former reality star Spencer Pratt is not leading right now. Karen Bass, the incumbent, is, but he definitely has made a dent garnering votes in that race so far. The current president of the United States is a former reality TV star host. So are we seeing that these folks, when they enter these races, are affecting the trajectory of what used to be traditional elections when you get these candidates that are not out of a political mainstream?
Absolutely. Spencer Pratt's candidacy surprised everyone a few weeks ago when he had a really splashy debate performance. And I think he's channeling a lot of the anger that Los Angeles residents feel in terms of the direction of the city. Polls show people are very unhappy with quality of life issues, obviously cost of living, homelessness. And I think he was really able to tap into that anger. What's very interesting is with the latest poll drop, though, last night, we know for sure Karen Bass is going to be running in the runoff in November, but now it's between a very far left, a more progressive candidate, Nithya Raman, and Spencer Pratt. They had an 8-point gap with Spencer Pratt leading after the initial vote, after the votes came in, and now there is about a 1-point gap between the two. The feeling was that Democrats voted late in the election, so there's more of their mail-in ballots to be counting, because there just wasn't a lot of viable candidates. They were waiting to vote strategically to the very end, both for the governor's race and the LA mayor's race, and now those votes are rolling in. So it'll be interesting to see who gets that number 2 spot in the LA mayor's race.
So, Sarah, we know there was some good economic numbers that came out last week. Obviously, the economy has been a big concern of voters. How is that reflecting into the midterms?
I think what's interesting about the job market is very strong numbers came in. I don't think that American voters are seeing and experiencing the economy through the job market. It's clear that it really is an inflation issue and a prices issue. We hear that time and again, of course. Since the pandemic, prices have risen, everything at the grocery store. We see with the war in Iran, obviously there's been a hit to energy. And so that does dominate and continue to be in polling the number one issue.
Sarah McGregor joining us. She is the national managing editor for Bloomberg. Always a pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, we're going to continue our conversations with the candidates for Montgomery County Executive. Councilmember Evan Glass in the House will join you live right after this. Welcome back to Fox 5's On the Hill this Sunday. You know, the primary election is approaching in Montgomery County, Maryland. It was the largest jurisdiction in the state. The primary is just 2 weeks away. We're continuing our conversation with candidates for the position of county executive. We want to welcome back in Evan Glass. He is an at-large county council member and a candidate for Montgomery County executive. Good to see you once again. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Tom.
We've had a couple of your opponents in as well, too. I want to start with you with the question we've asked them. In a county like Montgomery County, ostensibly one of the wealthiest in the state of Maryland, why does the county have so much trouble paying its bills?
Well, we haven't been mindful of the budgets over the last number of years. The fact is we have incredible services. We have wonderful residents. And that is why we have a budget that's nearly $8 billion. But what we haven't been doing enough of is making sure that every single dollar is used effectively, used efficiently, and used to where it has to go.
You've been county council member. You've been council president as well. Why do you want to be county executive?
Well, we are at a crossroads right now. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have changed Montgomery County. They've changed our economy, fired thousands of our neighbors who are federal workers and contractors. So we have to kickstart our economy, make it easier for small businesses, and support our life sciences sector. We also have to make sure that our school system remains the crown jewel. So many people move to Montgomery County because of our schools, and we have to make sure that our public investment in our schools goes to our classrooms and goes to our kids and our teachers. And then lastly, we have to protect our diversity. We are one of the most diverse places in America, and we have to fight for every resident.
One of the things we're hearing from folks when we talk to them, though, is what they want protected is themselves. Public safety is a big, big issue. The last couple of years, Montgomery County did see a crime spike, which has gone down. But how do you build on that? And there have been pushback from some of the police unions about maybe, some of the enforcement procedures and things like that the county council has moved on.
At the most basic level, local government has to protect and support our residents. And that is public safety. It's also keeping ICE out of our communities. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, we did have to update and modernize some of our policing. But we also have to do more community policing, where residents of Montgomery County who represent the diversity of Montgomery County are looking after our own neighbors.
Pocketbook issues, obviously, at forefront of a lot of people's minds right now. You just went through a very contentious budget session. The county executive, Mark Elridge, had proposed a 6% property tax. The council rejected that and still went with a progressive income tax. The schools are at the beating heart of a lot of this conflict right now. You had made some statements over the last couple of days. If elected as county executive, you'd want to add a member to the Board of Education. Can you do that?
Well, first, let's go back to the budget, which was predicated on a 6% property tax increase. I objected to that and rejected that property tax increase, just as I have objected to multiple property tax increases. But we do have to fund our schools, and we have to make sure that the $3.7 billion is used effectively.
But county gets a lot of money from taxpayers. Is it a revenue problem or is it a spending problem?
I think it's a transparency problem. We require and need great services. That's why people love living in Montgomery County. But I think in the year 2026, we need to take a look internally, look under the hood, and make sure that every tax dollar is being used effectively. And if there are programs that are no longer working, we need to take a look at them.
We're going to continue our conversation with Councilmember Evan Glass coming up on our On the Hill show, coming up at 9 a.m. on Fox Local. We'll see you in just a little while.
Thank you, Tom.
As we continue this Sunday morning, coming up next, we're going to take a closer look at those budget cuts in Montgomery County Public Schools. We're going to talk live with Superintendent Dr. Thomas W. Taylor coming up as Fox 5's On the Hill continues live right after this. 5's on the Hill this Sunday. This week, Montgomery County School Board adopted a $3.7 billion budget. It will eliminate more than 400 jobs. The county council did not fully fund the school board's financial request, leaving the board to make some tough calls on what to cut and what to keep. We want to welcome in the superintendent of Montgomery County Public Schools, Dr. Thomas W. Taylor. Dr. Taylor, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me, Tom.
I thought it was important to have this conversation because of all these big decisions that get made at the Capitol and at the State House. Eventually, they wind up, all these issues, in the laps of schools. You have to deal with these things. Let's talk about your funding right now. $3.7 million budget. It's a lot of money. It's $142 million last year. But still, you're faced with this $36 million cut. You had a meeting last week, very emotional. Tempers flared, emotions flared. People were crying. What can you tell people right now about what you know about how many people are actually going to be affected? Because some of these are unfilled jobs right now.
Absolutely. And those emotions are completely understandable. We're saying goodbye to services that families depend on, services that our kids depend on, and it is to close a financial gap. And the math has really dictated our outcomes here. We have about 415 positions that are being reduced in our budget. Not all of those were filled by humans. Some of them were expansion positions that were programmed into our budget in areas like special education and other support services. What we are looking at right now is trying to fill our current vacancies with the folks that could potentially be reduced, but that won't be everybody.
It's still going to hurt people, and we heard that from folks at that meeting.
Absolutely.
Last night. Did you have a red line as far as what we're not going to touch and what we have to look at?
Well, the framework that the board used to make some of its decisions was, what is our core mission? And it's teaching and learning. And to try to preserve the classroom to the extent possible and to keep class sizes from ballooning like we've done in the past. And to look at support services and things like in our central office and where we could find some efficiencies to fill the gap.
Following the meeting last week, you spoke with the media, and something you said struck me that day was that people do not understand or realize how many unfunded mandates that you deal with. Now, I graduated high school in 1984 at a time more than 40 years ago where you were taught reading, writing, arithmetic. Schools are now mental health counselors.
Yeah.
They have a security situation that needs to be dealt with. You've had school shootings, unfortunately, in your facilities. How much are you responsible for that does not have to do with reading, writing, or arithmetic? How do you pay for that?
Well, we're dealing with a crisis in the moment, but we didn't get here overnight. This is really decades in the making. And whether it's federal requirements or whether it's state requirements, the experience you and I had as students is very different than the experience today. We really are expected to be all things to all people and to provide certain services that we candidly weren't providing several years ago. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. One of the biggest unfunded mandates in public schools today is special education and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It is on the floor of Congress routinely for funding, but yet that funding falls short every year. When you go to the State House, we have a very ambitious blueprint for Maryland's future. I got to tell you, a lot of great ideas, a lot of wonderful things that we all support, but the funding doesn't follow that all the way.
A lot of times politicians will talk about how important education is, but look, when the rubber meets the road, the money's not there. So, the commission in Maryland, which was supposed to redo how we fund education in the state of Maryland, is not up and running in the way you need it right now. So what is the answer?
I wish I had the answers because we are one of a handful of localities that does have to pitch in a higher percentage share of a local match. These are wonderful ideas, things like universal pre-K, things like expanding college and career readiness. These are great and worthy ideas to make investments in, making sure our educator workforce has a career pipeline of development. But we also have to pony up our local dollars to make sure that those things come into reality. And candidly, that limits our flexibility and it limits what we're able to do, especially when funding over time has declined when you adjust for inflation.
Right. And we want to come back at a later point and have a conversation about school security, because I know it's something that a lot of parents right now have big concerns. A lot of students have real concerns, especially in light of some of the things that we've seen, not only in your schools, but across the nation as well, too. There's been a disturbing trend going on. Dr. Thomas W. Taylor is the superintendent of the Montgomery County Public School System. We thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, appreciate it. When we come back, we're going to talk live with Virginia Congressman Suhas Subramaniam on the status of the immigration funding bill and other matters before Congress. On the Hill continues live right after this. Welcome back to Fox 5's On the Hill. Democrats tried to use a partial government shutdown earlier this year to push for immigration reforms, but ultimately that did not work. Senate Republicans have now handed President Trump a victory of sorts, passing the funding for the Department of Homeland Security, which includes $70 billion for that agency. The bill now heads to the House. We want to welcome back in Virginia Democratic Congressman Suhas Subramaniam, a member of the House Oversight Committee, for reaction to all of this. Congressman, always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for joining us. So what was the point of the shutdown if Republicans got what they wanted anyway?
Well, we essentially didn't want to give them the votes to pass the record funding for ICE after what ICE had been doing to communities all over the country. So it wasn't necessarily a tactic as much as it was they weren't going to get our votes on giving $70 billion to ICE. So that's where we were. And so what they've done is unprecedented. They've essentially used the reconciliation process to fund their budget. And in doing so, they've started a precedent of allowing this practice and not needing 60 votes in the Senate. We'll remember that when we're in charge.
Yeah, and it's a change, a significant change to the way these things are normally done. Let's get back to ICE operations for a minute. You voiced very strong concerns about their tactics. Does anything change with ICE, or do they just go back to what was going on this winter?
Well, things have changed already, even because of our pushback. We've seen people at ICE lose their jobs, including the folks in Minneapolis who were in charge over there. We're seeing some subtle but some change happening with ICE operations, even here in Virginia. I wouldn't call that a total victory, though. The reality is ICE should not be funded like one of the top 5 militaries in the world. They're going after people who are here legally, for instance. I have stories of people who were mistakenly locked up in detention for 30 days and torn away from their families and lost their jobs because of it. Horror story after horror story. That's not real immigration enforcement. And so we need to continue to make sure that ICE is operating in a legal way. And we haven't seen enough so far.
There have been ongoing demonstrations over the last couple of weeks in the state of New Jersey at a facility known as Delaney Hall in the city of Newark over the conditions inside ICE detention centers. How much are Democrats on the House Oversight Committee learn about what's going on in that facility?
Not just that facility, it's facilities all across the country. I've visited several now, and some of the conditions are okay, but most of them are not. And there's been a record number of people dying in ICE detention over the past year, and more than the previous several years. And so we're in a position now where people are treated poorly. They're there wrongfully in many cases. They're picking up people with no criminal history, for instance. And this is all coming from D.C. You even talk to ICE folks off the record in the field offices, and they're saying that they get a lot of pushback when they are not detaining enough people.
Congressman, talking about pushback, something somewhat remarkable happened in the House this past week. The House passed a war powers resolution. It would limit the president's ability to conduct the Iran war moving forward. What have you heard from your Republican colleagues in the House about what we're hearing about growing GOP concerns over the course of this war?
They won't talk to me as much off the record anymore, but I'll say that I'm sensing an unease with this war. Remember, last year, Republicans, and the year before, they were campaigning and chastising Democrats on how we were entangled in forever wars. Well, this is the third Republican president in a row that has gotten us entangled in the Middle East in a forever war. In this case, I don't think the president understands or knows how to get out of this war because all the deals that Iran has offered so far are much worse than the 2015 deal that he himself basically put an axe to. And so at this point, all he's done is strengthen Iran's position by giving them control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so Republicans themselves don't exactly know how the president's getting out of this. Enough of them are fed up to where they voted for that Iran War Powers resolution. And it was more of a symbolic vote because the president can veto it. But still, it's an important vote for the president to see that Congress does not approve of this war.
All right, Virginia Congressman Suhas Subramaniam joining us live this Sunday on the Hill. Congressman, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. It was good to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, we want to...
Great conversation there, breaking down some of the top headlines from our nation's capital here on this Sunday, approaching 5:30 on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up after the break, we'll have more top headlines here on Live Now. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take you down to Texas as the state wrapped up their portion of the trial involving Carmelo Anthony in the fatal stabbing of another student at a high school track meet. So we'll see what the defense has in store for witnesses. Let's take you out to this conversation my colleague Karel Lahad had earlier.
To the latest regarding the Carmelo Anthony trial, the state officially resting their case after jurors heard testimony. State rested yesterday. Court was in session on that Saturday. Now, attorneys did give opening statements on Thursday in the murder trial of Frisco student Carmelo Anthony, who is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a 2025 track meet. Anthony, who is 19 years old, faces a murder charge for the death of Austin. Police said that Anthony and Metcalf got into an argument over seating in the stadium stands back in April of 2025, which then escalated when Anthony stabbed Metcalf in the chest with a pocket knife. Prosecutors labeling the fatal stadium stabbing as provoked, unjustified, and a sneak attack inside a team tent, while the defense countered that it was a split-second action in self-defense out of fear and chaos. Anthony does face a sentence of 5 to 99 years of life in prison. if he is convicted. A lot to get to. Several days have passed already in this trial. Joining us next to break down what we need to know heading into next week is Brian Claypool, criminal defense attorney. Brian, always good to have you on the program.
Yeah, great to be back with you. Good morning.
Good morning. So this is moving pretty quickly. Opening statements just started on Thursday. The state already resting their case yesterday on Saturday. Calling several witnesses, they called first responders, law enforcement, several teenage eyewitnesses as well. Let's talk about this pool. Is there any specific one of these witnesses that would have more weight in their testimony in the eyes of a jury?
Yeah, great question. Well, I believe the paramedics responding to the scene, and there was, I believe, a teacher or a football coach who arrived at the scene of the crime shortly after as well. Why is that going to be more compelling? Because it really brought home to the jury how horrific the knife attack was. There was testimony about Austin Metcalf having a hole in his chest. He was bleeding profusely. And after he was stabbed, he actually stood up for a moment or two. And then he said, "I think I've been stabbed." And then he fell back down. And then you heard testimony from a couple witnesses who talked about trying to shore up the bleeding in his chest. I mean, that when jurors hear that kind of testimony, it elicits a great amount of sympathy for the prosecution. Jurors aren't supposed to rule based on sympathy, but look, they're humans as well. And if you're sitting there and hearing this graphic testimony, it's hard not to feel, some degree of compassion for the family. Albeit, I was surprised that the parents of Austin Metcalf didn't testify in the case in chief. There's what's called a rebuttal phase in criminal trials, and the prosecution might be waiting to call the parents until after the defense puts on their case.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because originally the state was supposed to call 35 witnesses to the stand. They just called 21 of them. Is cutting their witness list short something that could backfire for prosecutors as this case moves forward, or are they going to have a chance to bring more people onto the stand?
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to backfire. They've had ample testimony at trial about what witnesses observed. Most of the witnesses have testified that Austin Metcalf told Carmelo Anthony to leave the tent. So just so your viewers know, Carmelo Anthony was a football and track star at Centennial High School. His school was competing in this multi-district track meet. I believe he was even scheduled to run. I'm not sure it was the day of the attack, but he was looking for a tent to sit in because it was raining. And then when he sat in the tent, it happened to be, Austin Metcalf's high school. And the testimony's been that, Austin told him to leave a couple of times, and Metcalf refused to leave, and he had a backpack. He had his hands in the backpack. And the testimony was several witnesses said they heard Carmelo Anthony say multiple times, "I've got something in my bag," or "I've got something in my backpack." So that's pretty chilling. The prosecution is going to use that to establish intent, right? Because this is a murder case. They got to prove intent to kill. I think it's hard to really do that in this case because I think it's more of a manslaughter case. Manslaughter in Texas is when you kill somebody recklessly, right? You don't necessarily need the required intent to kill, and the years in prison for that are 2 to 20 years.
Continuing here with what we saw over the last couple of days, as I mentioned before, the state has rested its case. The defense, it moved for a direct verdict, claiming that the state did not prove its case. The judge denied that motion. Under what circumstances would a judge approve that kind of motion filed by the defense? And what was the thinking behind the defense attorneys to go that route?
Yeah, that's a great question. Before I answer that, though, I also wanted to comment on your prior question that the prosecutors can bring back more witnesses. They're called rebuttal witnesses, to rebut whatever the defense puts up. If the defense doesn't call any witnesses, then the prosecution cannot call more rebuttal witnesses. And then back to the directed verdict. These are rarely granted. What you're essentially asking the judge to do is to become the juror, right? And rule on the case, because there really aren't any factual disputes. Directed verdicts are granted when the undisputed facts, you just apply the law to the facts. There's nothing really for the jury to decide, because remember, jurors are there to decide the facts. The judge gives instruction on the law. What Carmelo Anthony's lawyers are saying, look, given the facts as they are presented, there's nothing for the jury to decide, and the judge can apply the law. But look, that was dead on arrival, because as you said at the beginning of this segment, this case is about whether it's murder or self-defense. That is a factual dispute that the jury is going to have to decide. So a directed verdict was not appropriate.
We talked a little bit about some of the witnesses that the state called. The defense did begin calling witnesses just yesterday. I want to read some of the notes that I took from the reporting that's happened down there on the ground. The defense, in who they called yesterday, it included the Centennial High School football and track coach, an 18-year-old who recently graduated from Centennial High School and said he considered Carmelo Anthony, a friend, and a 17-year-old Memorial High School student who said he did not want to be there and only met with the defense lawyers for about 2 minutes. Based off of this lineup, what kind of narrative is the defense trying to present, and how important is the testimony from these first witnesses when compared to the ones that we're going to hear from in the next couple of days?
Yeah, so the defense is going to have to provide the jury with a backstory. What do I mean by that? The jury needs to know what led to Carmelo Anthony being at the track meet. Why was he at the track meet? I think it's because he was going to participate in the track meet. Why was he carrying a backpack with a knife in it, right? To me, that's really the central question in this trial that the jury's going to have to grapple with. Why would Anthony carry? It was a 5-inch knife too. It wasn't like a little pocket knife. Why does he have a knife in his bag? What kind of person was Carmelo Anthony? Was he a good person? Was he doing well? He was doing well in school. He had some discussions with a couple schools about a D1 scholarship. The jury's going to need to hear all of this. And what was he going through on the morning of the tragic event? In other words, was he upset? Was he depressed? Did he have any prior encounters where he had been jumped or assaulted? To me, that's really what this jury has to hear. And I will tell you right now that based on the elements of the crime that the prosecution has to prove, the first one being, was it a reasonable threat? I think the jury's likely to agree that it was, because there was testimony in the case about Austin Metcalf putting his hands on Carmelo Anthony. And then the second one is, was it an imminent threat, right? I think the jury is likely to find that it probably was, right? Because there could have been one or more people that might have jumped Carmelo Anthony in the tent. But here's the key one that the jury's going to have to decide. Was it a proportionate level of force that Carmelo Anthony used? What does that mean? Well, the jury's going to hear about Austin Metcalf not being armed. There were no guns or knives involved. It was just putting his hands on Carmelo Anthony. So this jury's going to have to decide whether Anthony using a knife was proportionate to the level of threat. You've heard that saying, you can't bring a gun to a fist fight. All that said, it is imperative that Carmelo Anthony testifies in this case. I will tell you right now, if he doesn't take that stand and tell his story, he's going to be convicted of either murder or manslaughter, because this jury absolutely needs to hear from him as to what was in his mind, right? What was he thinking? Was he afraid he was going to be attacked? Did he fear for his life? Has he feared for his life before, being a young black man in a predominantly white community? If he doesn't get up there in front of that jury and humanize this, then he's destined to be convicted.
It's interesting that you mentioned that just possibly hearing from Carmelo Anthony and having that be important to this entire trial. Given some of the witnesses we've heard from, a lot of them have been teenagers, some of school companions there, people that were part of the track meet that were there that day, witnesses. Are there any particular challenges presented when you were calling teenagers up to the stand to testify?
That's a great question. That's a trial lawyer's nightmare, right? Younger people who testify, you even said one of them didn't even want to be there, right? Didn't want to testify. So that's the first issue you're dealing with. Do they care enough to want to be there to testify, right? Intrinsically, younger folks, they have their lives to live. They're active with social media. They're very social. They don't really want to be spending their time in a courtroom. And then the biggest fear you have as a trial lawyer calling a teenager as a witness is inconsistencies, right? Or for example, were they interviewed by law enforcement? If some of these witnesses were interviewed by law enforcement, then you're worried that they're going to say something at trial that is inconsistent with what they told the investigators. And that could be devastating because there's a jury instruction given in all cases like this, even in civil cases, that say if a witness is unreliable in one aspect of their testimony or they haven't told the truth in one aspect, that you can disregard their entire testimony. So that's what I think defense lawyers for Carmelo Anthony are concerned about. But on top of that, you don't want some of those witnesses saying, oh yeah, Anthony was a volatile guy. This guy was dangerous. People feared him at school. He had threatened other kids at school. I'm not saying that happened, but what if you got a teenager up there that started saying things like that? That would destroy the defense for Carmelo Anthony.
Well, Brian, as we mentioned, this case is moving rather quickly. Again, it started on Thursday. Yesterday, the state rested its case, so we're talking about 3 days so far that we've been in this. Trial is set to resume tomorrow, so Monday at 9 a.m. local time there. Anything that you think that our viewers should keep in mind as, again, we watch this all unfold in real time?
Yeah, I mean, I think just so everybody, all your viewers know, a lot of defense lawyers don't call any witnesses, right? We've seen a lot of criminal trials where, we're not calling any witnesses. Why? Because the burden of proof is on the prosecution to prove up the case. So a lot of criminal defense lawyers like to take that position. We don't need to call anybody. So that could happen here. Well, but you said that they've already called a couple of witnesses. Look, I will say it again, that this entire case hinges on Carmelo Anthony testifying. You could call 10 witnesses talking about what a great guy Carmelo Anthony is, that he was an A student, wanted to go to college, wanted to play football in college, no violent history. You could call as many witnesses as you want. But if we don't hear from Carmelo Anthony, I gave you the elements that have to be proved for self-defense. All of those elements require a jury to hear what's in the mind of Carmelo Anthony. What was he thinking as this unfolded? And a lot of criminal lawyers, not me. There are times where I've had my clients testify at trial, but this is one poster child case where if Anthony doesn't testify, he is going to get convicted. One other point I want to make for your viewers: even if Anthony, though, is convicted of first-degree murder, you mentioned 5 to 99 years. In the sentencing phase, right, there's what's called heat of passion in Texas. What does that mean? That means that Carmelo Anthony's lawyers can put on evidence at the sentencing phase to show that this was an impulsive reaction to him fearing for his life, that he reacted in a split second to save his own life. And that could potentially reduce the sentencing from 5 to 99 years to manslaughter, which would be 2 to 20 years.
Criminal defense attorney Brian Claypool. Brian, we always appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Thanks for breaking it down.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
All right. Great conversation with the latest in this case involving Carmelo Anthony after this fatal stabbing at a high school track meet in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Of Of course, court will resume on Monday as the state has rested. It will be the defense's turn to bring up witnesses. A couple Live Now looks here on Live Now from Fox, including in Washington, D.C. at the White House here on this Sunday. And we're following the latest developments of what's going on in the Mideast. There's a look right now in Tel Aviv, in Israel, as new information coming in from our Trey Yinks, as he says the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has directed all U.S. government employees and their families to shelter in place. The order also calls on these individuals to be prepared to move to a protected space in the event of a red alert siren due to missile fire. And this comes after Israel says Iran launched a bombardment of missiles heading their direction. Obviously, very tense moments amid this fragile ceasefire, the first since it went into effect back in April. We're getting some of these images here from inside of the West Bank, talking about some of these missiles coming from Iran toward Israel, and you can see them just off in the very distant spot of this, but no such involvements. They've shot down, or some of these missiles have landed in areas where people are not. So obviously some good news right now, and we're hearing potentially President Trump speaking with officials in Israel about their responses. President Trump is urging Israeli officials to not strike back, to head back to the negotiating table instead. All right, I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Later on this week, they will kick off the FIFA World Cup, hosted here in the United States in partnership with Mexico and Canada, as this the biggest event, sporting event North America has ever seen. The U.S. taking on Paraguay in Los Angeles on the 12th. So plenty of excitement around there in terms of what's going on with this big games, but 100 plus Super Bowl style events around the country, 11 different sites. Let's take you out to officials, including Andrew Giuliani, talking about what to expect from the World Cup this week, finally coming here to the United States.
About 130 million people watch our Super Bowl, and we consider that to be a national holiday. You have 1.6 billion people that watched the last World Cup final, and we are projecting over 2 billion to watch this World Cup final. This will be as viewed as anything ever over America's 250th birthday. What an amazing time it is to be able to show off American exceptionalism and invite the world to come celebrate our 250th birthday with us. Obviously, we have 11 host cities here in the United States of America where we'll have 78 games going from Boston, New York, New Jersey. As a New Yorker, I have to say New York first. There's a little debate between New York and New Jersey, but I say New York, New Jersey. Philadelphia, Atlanta, Miami here, of course, which will host, I think, the most in-demand group stage game between Colombia and Portugal on June 27th. Dallas and Houston, Texas, Kansas City, Los Angeles, where the U.S. will be kicking off their opening game on day 2 of the tournament on June 12th against Paraguay. San Francisco and Seattle. And then obviously in Mexico, we'll see Mexico City, where they'll be opening up the tournament 1 week from today, Guadalajara and Monterrey. And then in Canada, we'll be in Toronto and in Vancouver. So 16 incredible North American cities for 104 matches, 11 cities here in the United States of America with 78 matches, all with very different cultures and feels here. I think that's one of the things that the world will get to see as well over this 39-day stretch, is just how, I think, diverse the United States of America is, the different backgrounds that you'll see, whether you come to Miami, Florida, or maybe to Boston, Massachusetts, or Kansas City. That'll be a new destination for, I think, a lot of the international crew. I know how excited they were to draw Argentina for their opening match. And for the base camp, I know Argentina's arrived. I know Brazil has arrived. I've actually got a very good friend whose hometown is Morristown, New Jersey, and they're giving me on-the-ground updates, what feels like every hour in terms of the Brazilian team coming in. Very, very exciting. But I think we have an amazing story to tell of preparedness here for the World Cup. What people will see is you'll see 78 games, 11 sites that will be set up similar from a safety and security perspective to the Super Bowl, which means you'll see multiple perimeter checks for tickets. We want to make sure that anybody who is getting into and certainly near the stadium as well, that they have a ticket. That way we can prevent any security issues. You'll also see that from a counter-UAS, a counter-drone perspective as well. One of the things that we've really pushed forward on the task force in the last year is making sure that World Cup games and fan festivals were able to mitigate against drones, against both idiots and evildoers, as we like to say there. So you think last year alone, in 2025, putting aside the few national special security events that we had, think the inauguration, last year would have been the joint address, not the State of the Union, UN General Assembly, those are the national special security events. For the SEER event-rated events, the special event-rated events, that's a Super Bowl, Boston Marathon, Indy 500, events like that, 5 throughout the course of 2025 had counter-UAS protection, 5. This year alone for the World Cup, all 78 matches will have counter-UAS mitigation protection, and one of the fan fests in each of the 11 cities, so that's Bayfront Park here in Miami, will have counter-UAS protection for the duration of the tournament, which means 23 days here in Miami. Really, really an amazing story to tell when you will think that there will be over 150 sites protected against drones when we think last year there were only 5. So incredible progress there on a front that truly is an emerging threat to us. But when you think about the excitement, and I'll open up to questions here in a moment, but in my conversations with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Trump, about this, I just had a conversation with him over the weekend about the World Cup as it's approaching. The way that he views it, I think the way that so much of the administration views it is an unbelievable opportunity to be able to show off American exceptionalism, true American greatness, the freedoms that America can bring not only to the United States, but also to the rest of the world. over our first 250 years, and also the great and incredible hope and promise that America has to offer over our next 250 years to the world, that we hope to continue to bring to all different corners of the world. And so he's very excited to host these games. We know there's no larger platform that America will have than this. I guess you can argue maybe the opening ceremonies of the Olympics in 2028, but we'll have that discussion in a couple years. But with that being said, how about we get into some questions?
The security at the sites on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The federal government, federal agencies, how limited are they in providing support on the ground?
Well, we've provided multiple buckets of federal funding assistance, right? These are SEER events, as I mentioned before, which means they're run by state and local authorities, right? So Miami PD with regard to the Fan Fest, Miami Gardens with regard to Hard Rock Stadium, or as will be known, Miami Stadium. But we've come in with multiple pots of security funding to be able to help them in that and be able to help fix what's going to be, not fix, I should say, to be able to overlay some of the potential gaps that exist. I'll point to two specific pots of money. One $625 million security funding pot, which is for law enforcement overtime. You'll see it for some equipment around there, some of the anti-scale fencing, if you will, and for additional officers, additional private security. That's what that money is for the 11 host cities. And that's why, in many ways, Miami is able to offer this fan festival at Bay Park for no money, because that money was pushed forward in the One Big Beautiful Bill and given to the 11 host cities. And there's a second pot, and I pointed out counter UAS before, but there was a $500 million counter UAS pot from the One Big Beautiful Bill, also same bill, which covered fiscal year 26 and 27. What we on the White House Task Force did as soon as that money was put through Congress last year, I think it was July 3rd, it was right around July 4th last year, just before July 4th last year, is we worked with the Air Sovereignty Task Force and said, well, the first $250 million for fiscal year 26, we recommend that it goes to the states with the highest SEER rated events. So that would be the National Capital Region with all the different events that are going to be going on around our 250th birthday, and then the 11 states that are hosting World Cup games and World Cup related games, right? You know, I know Kansas, Missouri's hosting the games, but you'll have base camps, as we know, Argentina and Kansas. Same thing with New York. I guess we got to go back to New York, who's not actually hosting games, but it's going to be hosting most of the Fan Fest as well. So of that $250 million, we were able to get host cities, work directly with host cities, so then that way the state SAAs can go and purchase counter UAS equipment. So then that way, once they purchased that, they had a federal grant that could be reimbursed. We worked through 5 different rounds, maybe 6 different rounds, depending on the state, of state calls to help break through some of that bureaucracy. We also worked to pass the Safer Skies Act, which was in the NDAA last December. What that did is that gave state and local law enforcement the authority to be able to mitigate against drones. That's strictly been a federal authority. What you'd see at the 11 sites that are hosting games, that will still be the feds. What this will be at Bayfront Park, for example, is that's going to be a task force model there where you will see one Fed, FBI, along with Miami PD. Now, what they did in order to do that, once the Safer Skies Act got passed, is the FBI created a training school in Huntsville, Alabama. We were actually just at the last graduation a couple weeks ago there. State and local authorities were able to go there, get trained up for a 3-week course. Then the Department of Justice were able to deputize those individuals, those officers that got trained up. And at that point, once FBI is able to embed with them, you now have the ability to be able to do that. Once the World Cup ends, we look forward to actually the guidance coming out, the rulemaking coming out. So then that way, as we look at other major events that come to Miami, let's say another college football national championship as we had in January, or who knows when another Super Bowl will be coming back, other events, even games like your typical Dolphins game, let's say. They in the future will have the ability to be able to mitigate against drones.
Will they be able to? They're keeping the equipment from the...
Yeah. Oh, it's a federal grant. It's an opportunity to keep it. Now, the one thing you see in this space is the technology is evolving very fast. And that's how we've really leaned in on this. We've wanted to make sure that there is a full chain, so then that way we can mitigate. But what we're telling people is there's a 3-mile temporary flight restriction around the stadium. There's a 1-mile temporary flight restriction around Bayfront Park. There's a zero tolerance policy. This is not the time to go and put your drone up there to go take a video of what's going on in the area. They will be confiscated, and there will be consequences. So it's a no drone zone. Leave your drone at home.
As you probably know, we had a snafu last year. I think it was with the Venezuela and Argentina, Colombia game.
2 years ago.
Right, 2 years
2024.
ago. And they got bum rushed. I guess
Yes.
you guys are obviously thinking this out. There's going to be a certain different way of going in. And that's all about.
Yeah, no, it's a very different perimeter, too. So that was back in 2024. Know that President Trump was still a candidate at that point again. We know that there's different leadership now, also with Sheriff Rosie, who's been fantastic. I've really loved working with her. And I think we saw the difference between Copa America in 2024 and the Club World Cup in 2025. I think some of the complaints we heard from the Club World Cup was the taxi and Uber drop-off was too far away. That's a much better complaint to hear than 30,000 unticketed fans rushed the stadium and people were worried about getting trampled. And frankly, they were very lucky that there were no casualties. So there will be multiple layers of security. It's going to be a very different setup. Like I said, it will feel like a Super Bowl. There'll be more security around there than there was even for the college national championship. So if you do not have a ticket, you do not go to the stadium. It will be checked. It'll be checked on public transportation. If you take public transportation there, it will be checked before there will actually be a scan. Then there'll be a scan. Then there will actually be the hard ticket scan. You'll get turned away before you get there. That's why you have a great event like what's at Bayfront Park. Or some of the other activations that we know that are going on in the city. So it's extremely different, and I think people learned a lot from that nearly tragic experience.
How does the administration going to balance its hardline immigration policies with its obligations to welcome the world and helps to unify the globe as one of the World Cup hosts?
Yeah. Well, I think what we've done to create legal pathways to be able to come here to the United States for this World Cup is nothing short of incredible, especially in light of the fact that there was one government-wide shutdown. There were two Department of Homeland Security shutdowns. I can point to the fact that in the first half of this fiscal year, from October 1, 2025 to March 31st, 2026, there were over 5 million ESTAs that were processed. We can take a look at Argentina and Brazil, for example, as two countries that a few years ago had wait times. For Brazil was 700 days in Rio or Brasilia. It was 700 days 2 years ago. Now that number in Brazil is down to less than a month. And that's because of all the work that the State Department has done. And the consular affairs team there is absolutely fantastic. They've done an amazing job. But, I mean, taking the wait time down from 700 days to a month. We know how passionate and how much the Brazilian fans are traveling. We'll see it right now. Argentina is another fantastic example. The wait times in Buenos Aires a couple years ago were 300 days. They're now down to less than 2 weeks. And in talking to the ambassador there, I spoke to him last week, he promises me they're actually a day. He said, I've got a long line, but I actually am able to get people their B1, B2 visa adjudicated, their appointment within a day. And I want to be clear, we're not going around the safety and security procedures. We want to make sure that you get your B1, B2 appointment, but we still have to make sure that you're not a terrorist threat or any kind of an issue to the country right there. So that's really, really key there. The other thing that we did was create the FIFA Pass for ticket holders. If you have a ticket to this World Cup, it gets you to the front of the queue. So if any countries are still, in light of all the TDY staff that the State Department has done, the Consular Affairs has done, if you still cannot get your visa appointment, you have a ticket, then that gets you to the front of the queue. Again, you're not going around the safety and security procedures. So that's what we've done to create legal pathways to come here to the United States for this World Cup.
but inside the country?
Yeah, and what I would say is if you are inside the country legally, then you have nothing to worry about. This is something that should be really, really a great enjoyment for everybody who's come to the country legally, whether it's as a resident or as a citizen or as a visitor.
As for fraud, as far as outside the stadium, people taking advantage of the situation, obviously taking advantage of somebody that might not know about tickets, and or other frauds related to that time frame, is there any kind of task force or something that you guys are looking into prior to that?
Yeah, we estimate that there will be a lot of different potential cyber attacks on the World Cup properties. We saw this back in Qatar in 2022. There were over 15 billion attempts, cyber attempts on the state of Qatar on FIFA World Cup and all World Cup related properties at that time. We expect that number to be at least that number. We've been preparing, we've been working with our state and local partners to make sure that their cyber hygiene is up to snuff, and certainly with the ticketing issue, especially when you're talking about that you have many different language barriers from around the world. It's very easy to get caught up in, a potential link or anything. So what we've continually told, I've talked to all the U.S. ambassadors about this, actually met with about 20 ambassadors to the U.S. Last week, 2 days ago. The time's all kind of blending together at this point with 7 days to go. But I told them very, very clearly, make sure in your native language to tell people that are coming to the United States that if you get something and you don't recognize who it's from, check with that person. Don't click on any links. We know that that's going to be a way for either potential state actors to just people that are fraudulently trying to make a few dollars illegally off of this. So we certainly know that's something that we've been tracking really since we got this World Cup, and we just have to tell fans to make sure your cyber hygiene is good. Can you clarify?
All right, just listening in there to Andrew Giuliani talking about the FIFA World Cup upcoming and some of the expectations around the country. 11 different sites here in the U.S. will be involved, as some of them scattered at various other locations for some of their home bases. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Continuing on with this press conference as we begin the week in which the FIFA World Cup will finally be played. Let's take you out back down to Florida, gearing up for this huge event in North America.
United States, that if you get something and you don't recognize who it's from, check with that person. Don't click on any links. We know that that's going to be a way for either potential state actors to just people that are fraudulently trying to make a few dollars illegally off of this. So we certainly know that's something that we've been tracking really since we got this World Cup, and we just have to tell fans to make sure your cyber hygiene is good.
Can you clarify, coming back to immigration, can you just clarify something? President Trump, I believe in January, made a comment about some 70-plus countries would not be, or residents of those countries would not be granted visas. And then I think you spoke to my colleague in January saying that that was only for applications for permanent residency and not for the type of visas you would need to attend the World Cup. Can you just repeat or emphasize that again and explain, what the difference is between who is not being granted a visa and who is eligible?
Yeah, aside from Iran and Haiti, the two teams that have qualified, 46 of the teams will have the ability to go and gain your visa to be able to come in. I think Iran for obvious reasons, and we know with Haiti the many issues that they're currently having in the country there, and the overstay rates being I think over 31% at this point.
So there's no way for a Haitian to get a visa to attend?
Until the overstay rate gets significantly lower at 31%, that is extremely high and unacceptable.
Okay, but besides those two countries,
everybody else has the opportunity for their B1, B2. I think we can go through the list, and almost all of them have been reduced significantly in terms of the wait times there. It's really, I think, one of the great stories that we have to tell on this task force. I mean, the great work that we've seen from, like I said, State Department Consular Affairs to DHS's CBP and USCIS have been amazing. We want people to be able to come here and enjoy this World Cup while also making sure that we can keep the country safe. So it's obviously making sure that there's that balance there, right? We need to make sure we have an accounting for who is coming into the United States of America, right? You can't turn a blind eye to that. Otherwise, you're susceptible to potential attacks, while also making sure that we can get as many people in the country as possible that are coming here truly to enjoy the festivities. That's what will make this really an incredible World Cup. And I think when you get to these major events, you're a week out, everybody kind of focuses on the concerns of this, concerns of that. I'm looking forward to that first goal being scored, because once that first goal gets scored, then you're going to see the emotion, the excitement, and I think you're going to see what's going to be an amazing World Cup where the story is going to be what happens on the field.
Do you by chance have approval rates that you could share for, say, Argentina, Brazil, and Colombia in terms of kind of visa approval rates?
I'll refer to CA on that, to Consular Affairs. I don't have them off the top of my head, but they may.
Okay, thanks.
All right, listening to Andrew Giuliani talking some of these World Cup preps there in Florida, and lots of excitement around this monumental event finally here as we talk about it. The FIFA World Cup finally kicks off this week here in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. We do know that Mexico gets the start of things, the United States playing Paraguay in Los Angeles on Friday, June the 12th. But they have arrived in California. You can see this from the U.S. men's national soccer team. An incredible welcome to the West Coast as they have arrived at California, their real base camp for this group stage of the World Cup. But just a few days ago, talking about their final prep game, it was a loss to Germany, but they had plenty of chances, plenty of optimism heading into this now home World Cup on home soil. From Fox Soccer's Doug McIntyre saying, we're creating a high volume of chances right now, which I think is really good. A sign it's just a matter of time before they start going in. So the final World Cup tune-up for the U.S. men's national team. Let's be joined right now by Doug McIntyre, covering this team, covering all the matches leading up to this event. And Doug, we are finally here. It's the World Cup beginning this week. So much build up to this moment. How ready is the U.S. men's national team?
They say they're ready. And, you know, for all the hand-wringing back in March when they lost two pretty high-profile games in Atlanta against Belgium and Portugal, the last two games have been pretty good. A win over a very good Senegalese team. And even though they lost 2-1 to Germany yesterday in Chicago, they outshot the Germans. They outpossessed them. If their shooting was just a little bit more on target, they missed the target on 7 occasions, I think, before the 60th minute mark. The German keeper didn't have to make his second save of the match until the 87th minute. They're going to be okay. And the quote you just showed on the screen there was from Tyler Adams, the U.S. midfielder that was the captain in 2022. And he said something else that was interesting that wasn't included in there. And that was, you know, national teams don't get to spend a lot of time together typically. And now this team is going to have almost 3 weeks to prepare for that first game. So things are getting sharper. They're getting better. And I think the hope for everybody is that when the World Cup comes on Friday against Paraguay for the U.S. team, that they'll be, you know, at their absolute peak. Everything will be clicking. And like Adam said, those shots will start going in.
Yeah, and the one shot that did go in, it was a spectacular one from Anthony Robinson. And Tyler Adams also said after the match, saying, quote, "Can you save that one for next weekend?" And we talk about the 11 that were on the pitch, and it feels like outside of Chris Richards, Pochettino has his club. Are they set in who they are, the formation and the players on the field?
Well, I think the formation and the players will change as the tournament goes on. You'll have injuries, you'll have red cards, or yellow card suspensions potentially. Things always happen, you know, depending on the state of the game. If they're winning, if they're losing, things will change. But yes, by and large, I think that was the U.S. starting 11 for the World Cup, minus the injured Chris Richards, who you mentioned. He's been nursing an ankle injury that he suffered before reporting to U.S. camp in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. But he's on the mend. And I think if this was a World Cup game on Saturday against Germany, that he would have played. But U.S. coach Mauricio Pochettino, who you just showed there, said, we're not going to take any chances with anybody. And, you know, Chris Richards is their top defender. There's the one thing for all the, you know, attacking and the shots and everything that we saw, you know, the U.S. team's still letting in goals that they should not be letting in. And when you make mistakes at a World Cup, they're really hard to recover from. So I think getting Richards back in the lineup is paramount, and, you know, smart decision by the U.S. staff to say, hey, we're going to wait until the first game and make sure he's ready for that.
I was going to ask you about that, because in that initial quote that you had from Tyler Adams saying we got to have some of these goals starting to go in it, and it feels like one of the strengths of the U.S. team is their ability to try to attack and put some shots on goal and get some goals, but their weakness is allowing potentially some sloppy goals like we saw very early in that match against Germany. Could we be in for a high-scoring kind of group stage for the U.S. that they need to score a lot to try to get out?
Well, I think fans would love that. Coaches would hate that. I do think you can't afford to let in goals at the World Cup. That's, you know, it's a cliche, defense wins championships. It applies to any sport, and it applies to soccer as well. You have to keep the ball out of your net. If you don't get scored on, you're guaranteed at least a point in every game. And we know that, you know, points are hard to come by at the World Cup. It's hard to get 3. It's hard to get wins. But if you know, what you need to do is not give up points. And, you know, if they can keep the ball out of their own net, it'll go a long way toward having a deep run this summer. And if they can't, it's going to be really difficult to do that. So I think it's tremendously important, Andy, that they shore up some of those things and stop with these self-inflicted wounds. You know, if someone scores a world-class goal on you, that's fine, but you don't want to be giving them away. And we've seen the U.S. team do that these last couple games. It's a little bit of a concern going into the World Cup.
And set the scene for us on Friday in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium, or as they're going to call it, Los Angeles Stadium, for the U.S. against Paraguay. What is it going to look like? What will it feel like?
I think it'll feel a lot like the game we saw in Chicago over the weekend, a lot like the game we saw last weekend in Charlotte. A huge pro-U.S. crowd that really put some wind in the American sails. I mean, the players have talked about this, how important it is to have the home team behind them. And you know, that's not always the case. There's very seldom games where you have 60,000 American fans, majority American fans, cheering on the national team. A lot of times, you know, we know the U.S. plays Mexico. In any stadium in America, there's going to be a lot of Mexican fans. And it's the same with a lot of other countries as well, where there's huge expat populations. But for the World Cup, and I'm sure there'll be a ton of Paraguayans in the building, but I think we're expecting a heavily pro home team crowd. And it sounds silly, but it really matters. I mean, that's one of the benefits of having a home World Cup. The U.S. got, you know, a little bit of an easier draw as one of the 12 seeded teams. That's, you know, a privilege that one of the all three host nations in this case get. But, you know, it's supposed to be an advantage playing in front of your own fans. I think it's going to be a tremendous atmosphere in Los Angeles on Friday. And I think that's going to help the U.S. team an awful lot.
And the question that so many people have asked over the last year plus about the U.S. team is, are they ready for the pressure that comes with playing on home soil? When this match kicks off on Friday, I remember it was Christian Pulisic, I believe, back when they revealed the roster, saying, and they've been asked this so many times about the burden of wearing the uniform here in the United States. When the match kicks off on Friday, do you think they're ready to kind of shed that a little bit and just get back to soccer?
I think so, Andy. These guys are experienced professionals. You know, many of them play at the top clubs in Europe where pressure is just normal. You know, I think, you know, they've said this, and it's another cliche, so forgive me, but pressure is a privilege, and that's the way they need to look at it. I mean, you can shrink in that moment or you can rise to it, and this is, for every single one of these players, the culmination of a lifelong dream. It's even more than that because, you know, we've only known that the World Cup was coming back to the U.S. for the last 8 years, so you know, it's something that you don't even dream about. Every soccer player everywhere in the world dreams of representing their country at a World Cup. They don't even dare to dream of representing their country at home in a World Cup. And that's the opportunity that these players have. There is a burden on them. There is a responsibility to do well, but what a great opportunity. And Christian Pulisic said that yesterday, you know, what an opportunity they have in front of them to do something special. And if you can't be excited about that, you shouldn't be playing in a World Cup. I think these guys are going to be ready to go when the whistle blows on Friday.
It's going to be so very exciting to kind of get back to the game and doing what they did, but it's obviously a burden today. Obviously, we talk about this opportunity to play on home soil rarely, if ever, comes around. The opportunity to play in a World Cup only comes around every 4 years. If people are watching, potentially taking this in, forgetting what they saw in the last World Cup, what should they keep an eye on for the U.S. team or the World Cup at large?
I think it's very different than the last World Cup. The last World Cup happened in the middle of the European season. Players were fresh. They were in peak form. Now this tournament's coming after a long European season for you know, the top players anyway that are playing in the tournament. Little bit of fatigue. They're going to be playing in heat. We know that. They're going to be playing under sunny skies in a lot of cases for the games that are played in outdoor stadiums. In large part because of, you know, European television times. Those games have to kick off earlier, so they're not happening in the middle of the night overseas. So maybe not as high a quality of play, but you know, I think that from a U.S. point of view, American fans can expect a team that's a lot more mature than the one that they had 4 years ago in Qatar. It was the youngest starting lineup in that tournament. A lot of the players, Christian Pulisic, Weston McKennie, Tyler Adams, the sort of key players for this team, were only 22, 23 years old at that time. And now they're if they're not already in their prime, they're just entering it. So you'll see a team that has experience. Just one player on the squad 4 years ago on the U.S. squad had ever played in a World Cup. And now 13 of the 26 players exactly have. So they know what it's like. They are experienced World Cup players now. And I do think that experience is going to show on the field. You're going to see a U.S. team that's a lot more mature than the one that reached the second round 4 years ago.
I know so many people are going to be watching the U.S. men's national team, but there are also so many great stories around the World Cup from other nations and other clubs, and it's fun to see the home base camps at different portions. As we're talking about, like Argentina in the middle of the country. We see Spain at a high school in Chattanooga, Tennessee. What else are you watching? What else stands out, and who are you going to be keeping your eye on? Because I know we're all going to be watching so many games and so many players really transcend and head into the the spotlight.
I mean, every World Cup is like that. You're watching games all day, and this World Cup is like none before it. It's 48 teams, up from 32. It had been 32 all the way since back in 1998. So a 50%, bigger World Cup than any previous edition. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the minnows play, the Cape Verdes, the Hades, that either haven't been in a World Cup at all or haven't been in a long time, to see what they can do. And then, of course, you're always looking at the stars. The funny thing is when you cover a World Cup like I do, you don't get to watch as many games as you'd like. That's a little different. Again, one of the benefits of being at home, a lot of games on at night, but everyone wants to see how Argentina, the defending champs, are going to do. Messi is going to turn, I think, 39 this month during the group stage. We'll see if he's still got it at the highest level. Portugal has a really good team. Can Cristiano Ronaldo finally win a World Cup as a role player? He's in his early 40s now. How good is that Spanish team? I think a lot of people think they're going to win the World Cup. So there's so many things. The other host nations. How are Canada? Canada's never won a game in a World Cup. I expect that they're going to do that this time. Is Mexico going to be able to get a quarterfinal for the first time since the last time they hosted a World Cup way back in 1986? There's way more storylines than we have time for here. But the great thing is when the ball, and you heard Andrew Giuliani say it before, the World Cup task force, leader of the task force, once all the talk about things in the lead up to the tournament, that goes out the window when the game starts and everyone can just enjoy the soccer. It's going to be the greatest World Cup ever staged, and I just can't wait. And I'm sure, everyone in the country is going to enjoy it. Everyone around the world that comes to the U.S. is going to enjoy it. It's going to be a spectacular event. I just can't wait.
Everything else disappears when that whistle blows. My last question, Doug, before I let you go, because in Chicago, they also honored members of the 1994 U.S. men's national team. I know you rub elbows with Alexi Lalas over at Fox Sports quite a bit as well. How much might this 2026 be the same way, where it really inspires people? It obviously is looked back on in such a positive light. How much could that be something we look in a decade's time?
It's life-changing. I mean, World Cups change people's lives, and I think a home World Cup has that power tenfold. Alexi will tell you himself, the reason you see him on TV is because he started in a World Cup for the U.S. on home soil in 1994, and here we are more than 30 years later. I wrote an oral history of the 94 team. Those guys a lot of them are still involved in the game, whether it's, their coaching or their commentators. The current squad owes an awful lot to them because there wasn't even a league in the United States when that World Cup kicked off. MLS started as a condition of the U.S. getting hosting rights in 1994. They, were not expected to get out of the group stage by most experts, and they did, and then they, lost narrowly to Brazil, the eventual champions in the round of 16. And I think that captured the imagination of a lot of people and said, Americans can play soccer. This is a sport where the best in the country can compete with the world's best. So the quote I remember most from that oral history was Tony Meoli, who was the goalkeeper on that squad. And he said something like, there are people all across America they've never heard of Christian Pulisic or Weston McKennie or Tyler Adams. And, in a month and a half from now, they're never going to forget them for the rest of their lives. And that's just an amazing thing to wrap your head around. I mean, I think that, again, if this team does well, the public, and not just soccer fans, but the general public will be able to get behind them. They can relate to them. They're a good bunch of guys. They represent the best of our country. And, I think that, if they do well, the country's going to go crazy, and they're going to have as big an impact as the guys did back in 1994. And, that's no small thing. Again, soccer would not be where it is in the United States today. We might not be hosting a World Cup starting this week if not for that 1994 team. So they deserve all the credit in the world. It was great to see all of them there in person on the field getting their flowers in Chicago yesterday.
Yeah, so very cool. The context and the perspective is so great to hear. And in a month's time or so, names like Christian Pulisic will be certainly household names if they perform to the level they think they're capable of. Also interesting about the MLS, I think it's like the 7th most well-represented kind of formation of teams from around the country. So just what we've accomplished in those 30 years is incredible to look back on. All right, Doug, I appreciate you. Enjoy the matches. We'll be checking in with you, I know, several times over the next couple months.
Can't wait, Andy. Thanks again.
All right, thanks so much. All right, great conversation breaking down what we know for the FIFA World Cup, the largest sporting event on North America in ever. So plenty of excitement for the U.S. men's national team. They take on Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey in their group stage, trying to get out and really cement their legacies for U.S. soccer and beyond. So obviously, a live look right now at the event, the New York City, where they will host the final across the river in East Rutherford at MetLife Stadium, New York Stadium. So all eyes on the U.S., Mexico, and Canada over the next several weeks as the FIFA World Cup will officially kick off in earnest on Thursday. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. The FIFA World Cup kicks off in just a few days' time as lots of excitement here in the United States and everything around it, including getting to the games, including security. And that's where we turn our attention to next. A live look right now in New York City, the Big Apple gearing up for this major event. Let's take you out to my colleague Stephanie Quinn talking about security for this major sporting event taking place here in the United States, Mexico, and Canada, and what fans should expect.
Now just days away from the start of the FIFA World Cup 2026, and this is a live look here at just one of the many stadiums where games will be held as security ramps up. This is a very complex matter, as you can imagine. 48 teams, 104 matches across 16 cities in the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Now, in the United States specifically, this is going to span 39 days. 11 cities are going to be hosting various matches with a total of 78 games. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin is saying that he feels very comfortable with where the security measures stand, but he did say it is going to be complicated, noting that the Secret Service is understaffed by about 860 agents. To talk more about all of this, I do want to bring in Timothy Dimoff, who is the president of Sachs Consulting Incorporated. Those firms, including has conducted security for a number of large events, including NFL football games, the NBA All-Star Game, the Republican Convention in Cleveland, Ohio, just to name a few. And Timothy, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
So, just talking about the sheer scale of just having security measures in place. This is not just a one-day event. This is a 39-day event in the United States specifically. When we're talking about the scale of security measures and just how complex this system is, how would you rank it?
Well, without a doubt, since it's an international type of event and you're bringing in multiple international country representatives and you're bringing them into the United States, Mexico, and Canada, just in the United States alone, bringing in all these foreign countries, athletes, and all the additional people that accompany these athletes and everything. This is probably the top of the scale as far as the challenge goes for security. And it's a very complicated, but it has to be very well organized in order to function, and I'm confident it will.
And we've been hearing from officials, this is something that they've been preparing for several years as the United States was named as one of the host countries. As we take a look at where it stands now, particularly with the backdrop of what is happening across the globe, when you take a look at any security concerns, what comes to top of mind for you?
Well, you have different levels. First, you have a local level where basic criminals are going to try and take advantage of everybody that's participating as far as a spectator in the event, being able to steal from them, rob them, break in their rooms, those kind of, we call it the lower level of just general criminals taking advantage of general people at the event. Then you have the next level, which is a little more sophisticated. They're a little more targeted towards what they want to do. Their goal is to have a bigger type of criminal action. And then the last is the international. You have different athletes in different countries being represented at this event, and we got wars going on in the world. We got high animosity between certain countries and ethnics, and criminals and terrorists look at this as a potential opportunity to get front stage and make a statement and potentially harm key people from key countries.
And can you also talk to us about, bad actors also trying to target maybe soft targets, not necessarily the stadiums or events itself, but, areas or individuals on the peripheries? I imagine that that's also a concern.
It's a huge concern because you've got a lot of people participating in events in multiple cities who are not familiar with those cities. And you have criminals who are familiar, and so they're going to be looking for those weaknesses. People walking alone or with just one person, staying in hotel rooms, walking from one venue to the next. And basically, criminals look at that as what they call easy prey, and they look at it as multiple opportunities there.
Now, this is an incredible event that is taking place for more than a month. A lot of people, 7 million, in fact, we were hearing that number coming into the United States alone, at least that amount. People just want to have fun. They want to have a good time. They want to celebrate, the team of their choice. What would you recommend to folks? And they may not even be going to the stadium. They may just be going to a local restaurant or bar to enjoy the match. What would you recommend for folks who want to have a good time, but of course also be aware?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, in these situations, you have to constantly be aware of your total surroundings. So we tell people, we train people 360 degrees. Anywhere you're going, as soon as you leave your room, as soon as you start walking from one place to the next, be aware of 360 degrees. Secondly, absolutely try not to walk, travel anywhere by yourself. People that are alone or singularly going to places or participating in things, they are the biggest targets. They're the easiest targets, and they're also the most vulnerable. So it's really basic understanding of what's going on around you, and the more people you can be with, the better you can be with. And of course, the last thing is avoid areas at night that are dark, alleys and different things. Stay out in the mainstream of things.
Timothy, before we let you go, is there any other aspect of all of this that you're keeping a close eye on? There's also been a lot of talk about concerns over drones, etc. And we're now in an era where it's not just in person. There's also concerns over cyber attacks or remote attacks as well. Anything else before we let you go that you really want to highlight?
What I think is very important is most people attending these events are not familiar with the venues that they're going to. Parking areas, parking decks, hotels, restaurants, venues holding celebrations. First thing you do when you go anywhere to any segment of the event for this glorious, great opportunity for the United States. But the one thing to do every time you go into a building or you go into a parking deck or you go anywhere of a venue, walk around and learn where the optional entrance and exits are. You don't want to wait till something bad happens and the only thing you remember is the one place you came in. You need to know, familiarize yourself with options of entrance and exits. That's super important.
And Timothy, that's not just great information for the World Cup. It's really, information that you should use, at any part of your life, wherever you should go. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And preparation, as Tim was saying.
All right, great interview there conducted talking about some of the security details and so many finer points as the teams coming in, but also fans from around the world descending upon the United States, Mexico, and Canada for this World Cup. We do have several different live looks right now at some of these vantage points in Seattle, where the U.S. will actually play their second match. Kansas City, you can see on the signage, the FIFA World Cup, Arrowhead, the Gaya Stadium, Kansas City Stadium, as it will be known by Atlanta and Philadelphia. So some of those 4 of the 11 sites here in the United States ready for what's expected to be a huge event over the next some 30-plus days. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. One of the most well-decorated U.S. athletes in history, Simone Biles, revealed a very scary health scare, as she said. She felt like she was dying, but she didn't get into too many specifics around this, as obviously TMZ, Simone Biles says she, quote, almost died after suffering a health scare. She posted on social media, as you can see from The Athletic, saying Simone Biles experienced that medical emergency earlier this week that was, quote, one of the, if not the scariest experiences of my life, she wrote in a story posted on her Instagram account on Saturday. And I want to put this up in full to read it to you, as I'm not one to normally share things like this because I value privacy in today's age, but almost dying wasn't on my bingo card earlier this week. This was one of, if not the scariest experiences of my life, especially since Jonathan, her husband, was in Indy for practices. I've been in bed resting this week. I'll explain sooner or later, but shout out to my close circle who reached out, checked in, and visited or sent flowers. Love y'all. So obviously a very scary incident and limited details right now. The gymnast who snagged 11 Olympic medals, 30 world championships, posted that on Instagram over the weekend. Scant details of this medical ordeal. Biles did not go into the nature. She said she was resting in bed. She also described it as her husband, Jonathan Owens, who was not home at the time, an NFL player practicing with the Indianapolis Colts at their facility. But obviously a scary incident. She said she would reveal exactly what transpired. We'll obviously keep our eyes out for any update, as the GOAT, Simone Biles, going through a very scary incident earlier this week, saying she almost died. All right, we're following all of this here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Earlier this week, we heard from Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and other members of the Trump administration speaking in Ohio, talking about their anti-fraud push. Let's take you on to this press conference here on Live Now.
President Trump and Vice President Vance's war against fraud has come to the great state of Ohio. And this is a war that we will win. The team behind me, federal and state partners, have come together as one to battle what is a fraud crisis in this country. It has crippled our taxpayer-funded programs and robbed the American purse for too long. Under the leadership of our great president and vice president, the days of the brazen theft that we've seen of taxpayer dollars abusing the generosity of the American taxpayer is over. Our message to fraudsters is simple. With our state and local partners, the Department of Justice will be working day and night to identify you, arrest you, and imprison you. Today, the Department of Justice is announcing significant fraud enforcement in the state of Ohio, as well as a historic fraud-fighting partnership with state of Ohio officials, which is exactly how it should be in every state. One that can serve as a template partnership for other states in this country. We welcome everyone, everywhere, to team up with our fraud division and our federal partners and our U.S. attorney's offices to bring fraudsters to justice. I want to talk about a few cases that we're announcing today, and I think you'll agree with me that some criminals have gotten so bold, so audacious as to defraud the government of tens of millions of dollars. I'm just going to give a few examples right now. It should shock your conscience. Today, we unsealed a 32-count indictment against 2 state employees and 2 other co-conspirators for allegedly billing $30 million to the government for therapeutic behavioral services that were never provided. We've also unsealed an indictment charging 4 defendants in a scheme to defraud a COVID program. Again, these programs, as we all know, were meant to benefit small businesses and individuals struggling because of the pandemic. In total, between our state and federal partners, today we're announcing charges that were either unsealed today or over the past week against 14 defendants allegedly involved in fraud schemes targeting over $50 million here in Ohio. And again, these numbers are staggering, but just the tip of the iceberg, both here in Ohio and nationwide. Sadly, Ohio is facing some of the most significant fraud schemes in the country. Medicare fraud, pandemic relief fraud, even an international romance fraud scheme that I think you'll hear about shortly. And to meet this challenge, to meet this crisis, our response has been and will continue to be aggressive, comprehensive, and we will not stop until we fix this problem. I want to emphasize something about what the cases that we're bringing represent. A unified, statewide fraud-fighting effort that's firing on all cylinders. You're going to hear from some of us today after I finish, the U.S. attorneys, federal investigative partners, state partners, and agencies that are going to move fast, are going deep, and we're delivering results for the American people. So I want to take a moment and thank the prosecutors and agents who work these cases. They're not easy cases to work. They're not easy cases to investigate, but they're extraordinarily important to the American people and to restoring faith, trust, and justice in our systems. Also, to the leaders in Ohio, your commitment to this fight isn't just helpful, it's necessary for our success. This is an example when federal and state partners work together toward justice, our cases are stronger, the deterrence is greater, and the biggest problems facing our country, the ones we've been told are just the way it is, there's nothing we can do about it, start to look solvable because they are. I want to thank President Trump because he's told us time and time again that it is the mission of this Department of Justice every single day to be relentless in the pursuit of law and order. Americans deserve to live free of violence and fraud. Americans deserve to know that if someone lies or cheats or steals to get ahead, they will be punished, and they deserve a government that will never be taken advantage of by fraudsters. They're not just words, these are a promise that this department will keep. There's a lot of folks that want to say a few words, so I'm going to stop there. And I just want to, again, thank everybody behind me for being part of this fight. And it's now my honor to introduce the great Dr. Oz, who is, I can tell you from my phone and my text messages, working tirelessly 7 days a week to combat what we're here to address today. So I'll ask Dr. Oz to say a few words now. Thank you.
The moral indignation that the president feels, that many of you share, prompted the creation of the task force. Many of its members are on the dais today. Vice President Vance leads that endeavor and has boldly been able to create an all-of-government effect. All of government doesn't just mean all of federal government, it means all of state government as well. And I'm here representing Secretary Kennedy and some of the work that we've done looking at the numbers that are coming out of the federal government. Because the budget of CMS is large, it's $2 trillion roughly, it means it's a big target. And foreign players and maybe even foreign governments have been taking bits and pieces of this pie for a while. But they have been weaponized. And we see that here in Ohio, and we're speaking about the frustration that many Americans feel, left and right of the political spectrum, and certainly red and blue states both are experiencing this, which is why it was important for us to be here today. I was here last week with members of the CMS team, and we came because we're investigating home health care fraud, autism fraud, and a series of different ways that the federal government is being pierced with different arrows from criminal elements that desire to suck taxpayer dollars out of the federal government and out of state government coffers as well. I was visiting a facility called La Belle Home Health. It's run by woman Najumi Tatsing. You may not see her here today because she's in jail. And she went to jail because she was accused and convicted of taking billing practices to a level we had not seen before. She was billing for people who are deceased. Billing for dead people is a bad look in court. And it showed at her conviction when she was accused and appropriately taken out for doing things that we find reprehensible. Now, if she was the only one, we wouldn't be here in force. Unfortunately, this area around Columbus is responsible in Franklin County for 1/3 of all of the $1.5 billion spent on home health care in Ohio. Think about that. 1/3 of all of the money spent on home health care in the entire great state of Ohio is generated here. That's 3 times what you would expect. There's a road very close to where we are, 288 home health care facilities in that several block area on that one road. Again, it defies belief. Some of these buildings were vacant. You wouldn't put anybody up in those buildings, not certainly the place that would house home health care. Now, this is a mecca for Somalian populations. It's a hub for Nepalese and Bhutanese populations. These are insular groups. But we are naive to think that practices that were felt to be commonplace in other parts of the world wouldn't come to this great country if we didn't pay attention to some of the program integrity issues which were ignored en masse with the prior administration. So today we have 3 major announcements from the healthcare part of this fraud endeavor. The first is that the state of Ohio, and I want to applaud the Medicaid office here, they will be announcing at 1 o'clock, and please pay attention to that important announcement, that they are suspending 49 home health care providers who have been identified as high risk to the Medicaid program. These people have billed millions of dollars to take advantage of our most vulnerable, and if you're willing to steal from folks who are down and having a difficult time, you'll not just steal their money, you'll steal their health, you'll steal their lives. And we're seeing that. No more champagne on private jets for these people, no more new cars, no more luxury endeavors and vacations. It's done. We're coming after you wherever you are. And as Attorney General Blanche highlighted, we are earnest and serious in this endeavor. We will not be daunted. Ohio Governor DeWine also sought a 6-month moratorium for all new home health care and hospice in the state of Ohio. We granted that within a day. And we hope that will help at least slow the bleeding, using a surgical metaphor, so we can get a bandage on the wound, maybe put a couple stitches in, and take out some of the folks who have been stabbing the patient of Medicaid. Second big announcement. In order to solidify collaboration, CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, and Ohio are going to launch a state-specific Medicaid fraud room. It's going to copy the Medicaid fraud room created at the federal level by the task force. The findings surfaced through this state partnership we believe will free us to be able to directly collaborate at a national level, getting all states to understand what the problems are within their areas and accelerating our ability to take out high-risk providers. We'll identify them and we'll enforce actions around them. The applied behavioral analysis process, it's called ABA therapy for autism, has been scandalously abused. This is, again, taking advantage of children with autism, or getting their parents to lie about whether the child has autism, or weakening the system so the kids who actually need the services can't get them anymore. There are 9 providers that were paid more than $1 million to do this last year, these ABA services. We're going to go after them. We're going to deny some of the issues. In fact, 2 of these people were denied access to Medicare already. They should never have been in the Medicaid program. The top provider earned over $3 million. That's twice the closest competitor. And remember, the average provider of autism services gets paid around $200,000. So to have someone pay over $3 million is shocking. And the war room that's created with Ohio will be opening investigations on 2 home health care providers. And this war room is going to yield huge benefits. And finally, we want to speak a little bit about the fact that we have the need to audit states all over the country to help states understand where they are in comparison to all the other states. We don't have a national effort that allows states to at least get a best practices idea from surrounding areas. So we have now, and I can announce today, asked the state of Indiana to work with Oracle Health to provide that exact set of information. So all the states now will be armed with information, for example, on high-risk providers. And the ABA therapy autism, as I mentioned before, we've asked all 50 states to revalidate these providers and other high-risk categories. Every single state has agreed. By this Friday, they're obliged to provide us with a specific plan. But if you're involved in some high-risk endeavor, these are endeavors that are unlicensed individuals, often in unsupervised settings. We want the states to go back and check who you are. We're not paying fraudsters for dishonest endeavors that hurt the American people. Now, it's my great honor to introduce a wonderful friend, all known to you as the head of the FBI, who's done a wonderful job taking this effort on seriously. And when CMS, when Medicare, Medicaid can crutch on law enforcement like we have with the DOJ and the Office of Inspector General and the FBI, it accelerates our path towards success. Cash.
Good morning. What is the FBI doing to combat fraud? It's pretty simple. We follow the money. We follow all the money. And thanks to President Trump's brilliant vision to decimate fraud across the country that has been fleecing Americans and our kids and our senior citizens for far too long, law enforcement finally has the backing to deliver like we are delivering here in the state of Ohio today. Thank you to Vice President J.D. Vance for leading the anti-fraud task force. In order to assemble this great team of individuals, you need true leadership across the country, and it starts in Washington, D.C. None of this work is possible without every single one of these individuals here and their teams at the state, local, and federal levels. It is truly a team lift, a unified effort under the Trump and Vance administration that has brought us here to just highlight some of the work that we are doing. Operation Playground Therapy is what the FBI is here to talk about today. As the Attorney General highlighted, literally tens of millions of dollars that was supposed to go to kids was stolen, allegedly, by individuals who worked in government and the private sector and thought they could fleece Americans and our treasure, our children, of the hard-earned dollars, taxpayer dollars that we provide to support them in their time of need. Well, they got caught. And not only did they get caught, so many others got caught. Just take a look at some of the vehicles that are here as part of their ill-gotten gains and proceeds. They didn't just take the money, they paraded it around the country. And thanks to this team here, you are seeing what hard work, dedication to the rule of law, and true unified effort across all fronts when no one wants the credit and everyone wants to just do the work. These are the results that we're here to talk about today. Importantly for the FBI, and thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance's vision, he had an idea idea. He said, hey, you guys have a top 10 most wanted list for all gangbangers, terrorists, narco traffickers, murderers, and rapists around the world. How about we have a top 10 list for most wanted fraudsters? So, Mr. Vice President, thanks to your vision, we're here to deliver. You see it here today. It is live officially on the FBI website. I want all Americans to take a look at these most wanted individuals and look at the amounts, the tens of millions and billions of dollars in fraud that they have decimated our societies from. We rely on you. Our best form of information is the American public. Take a look at this top 10 most wanted. Let us know any information. There is no bad piece of information. The only bad piece of information is the one you don't give us. So call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to FBI.gov and help us apprehend more fraudsters. The last thing I want to talk about is the work of the FBI and the interagency isn't just domestic. The fraudsters have created programs overseas that have fleeced Americans of billions of dollars. The FBI has led that charge against scam center compounds stood up in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, freeing thousands of trafficked workers. Just in the last year under the Trump Advance administration and the fraud initiative, we have captured and freed $8 billion in fraud in scam centers that were stood up by the CCP and other adversaries in places like Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, and the Middle East. And we're working with our interagency and partners across the world to bring hundreds of individuals to justice. Just the other week in the Middle East, in Dubai, we arrested 300 individuals responsible for $4 billion in fraud. They prey on our senior citizens here from overseas. And this administration has made it abundantly clear there is no distance we won't travel to make sure we apprehend each and every one of these individuals. The FBI is leading the effort to scuttle these scam centers permanently, to free the traffic workers, and most importantly, to also secure our taxpayer dollars and make sure that this $8 billion and counting in scam center fraud that the FBI has delivered on so far only continues to grow. And we're going to keep doing it. I just want to thank the Attorney General, the interagency partnerships here, state and local. I've said it over and over again. The FBI's best partners are state and local law enforcement, and they're here today, and these are the results. And it's now my honor to introduce the Assistant Attorney General for the Fraud Task Force, Kyle McDonald.
Thank you, Director Patel, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. The war against fraud has come to Ohio, and we plan to leave no doubt as to who will win. That will be the team behind me, federal and state partners who have come together as one to battle the fraud crisis that has crippled our taxpayer-funded programs and robbed the American purse for too long. Under President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Acting Attorney General Blanche, the days of brazen thievery of taxpayer dollars is over. With our state and federal partners, the Department of Justice is rapidly deploying a fraud-fighting apparatus that is capable of fighting fraud no matter how big, no matter how small, no matter how hard. In the last 60 days, the Department of Justice has announced more than 550 fraud enforcement actions across the country, representing billions of dollars in attempted theft from the United States taxpayer. There is nowhere we won't go to fight fraud, and that includes here in Ohio. Today, Ohio's fraud-fighting team is uniting with us in historic ways to contribute uniquely to the fight against fraud. Attorney General Dave Yost, you'll hear from in a minute, is advancing an $11 million fraud action through the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. And as he concludes his service in the Attorney General's office, we thank him for his years of commitment to Ohio and wish him well in his next chapter. The Fraud Division and Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose executed this morning a data sharing agreement that provides the Fraud Division access to corporate registrant data held by the state of Ohio. This data will be used in proactive data analysis to quickly identify ownership links between clinics, labs, and billing entities that fraudsters use and hide behind to obscure control over healthcare fraud and other fraud schemes. We thank Secretary LaRose for collaborating with us today. Auditor Keith Faber continues to set the standard for state-led fraud investigations and for building enforcement capacity and coordination. his office has applied to the DOJ's Special Attorneys Grant Program to detail special prosecutors to the Department of Justice's Fraud Division. And we welcome all state and local prosecutors to do the same and follow Auditor Faber's lead. Treasurer Robert Sprague has formally joined the statewide Benefits Fraud Enforcement Task Force initiated by U.S. Attorney Gerace. His office will aim to bring critical financial analysis capabilities that will strengthen our ability to identify irregularities, prevent improper payments, and safeguard taxpayer funds. Each of these steps taken by these state leaders strengthen our ability to accomplish our shared fraud enforcement mission. The days of information silos are over. The leadership here and the willingness to innovate and collaborate is raising the standard for every other state. Ohio is proving what's possible when federal and state partners move in lockstep. Smarter detection, stronger enforcement, and real protection for the American taxpayer. The truth is, we need all hands on deck in every state. The National Fraud Task Force, the Department of Justice, and the Fraud Division will work collaboratively with anyone who is committed to ending fraud in America and saving the taxpayers' money. To state and local law enforcement, if you have something that could use federal muscle, bring it to us. We want to help. To the attorneys and the agents on the cases that are being announced today, thank you for your dedicated hard work to achieve the aims of justice. To the people of Ohio, if someone offers you a medical perk that sounds too good to be true, it is. If you see fraud or even suspect it, tell us. Your reports protect your neighbors, your communities, and your tax dollars. You can report fraud to tips.fbi.gov or in Ohio at 866-FRAUD-OH. And now to the fraudsters. You reap what you sow. And your seeds are deceit, greed, and corruption. We are resolved to till every field and turn over every rock to find you and bring you to justice. To all my partners, thank you. Let's keep going, let's keep up the fight, and let's leave no doubt as to the score. And I'll now turn the podium over to our great partner at the SBA, Administrator Kelly Loeffler.
We're just hearing from officials speaking about combating fraud. This was in Ohio earlier this week. Thanks for watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi taking over here for Andy Mack the next few hours. A lot of news to get to today, but first let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We want to take you out to a live event happening right now. This is in Westbrook, Maine. Graham Plattner, the Democrat running for Senate there in Maine, speaking right now at this event ahead of Tuesday's primary. Let's listen in live.
Is what we see from the pundits, or what we see on the news, or it's the splashy TV ads or these campaigns that just suck up tens and sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars. And we've been told that because it means that if you don't have that money, or if you don't have access to power already, it's not for you. You can't touch it. The likelihood that your voice or your needs or your values are going to be heard from the mouths of those that purport to represent you, it is unlikely if you don't have money already. In fact, at this point, I would say it's downright impossible. But they need us to think that that's what politics is. That politics is this elite performance. But that's not what politics is. Politics is about power. And in this society, power derives from two places: organized money or organized people. The money is organized. It always has been. And it always will be until we learn some legacies, or we learn some lessons from the legacies of our past that show us how to organize people again to take that power back. We are lucky that as Americans, we have legacies to be proud of that show us the way forward. We have the legacy of the women's suffrage movement. We have the legacy of the labor movement, of the civil rights movement, of the anti-war movement, of the gay rights movement, of the disability rights movement, of the gender equality movement. And none of these are legacies of asking permission. Women did not get the right to vote because men gave it to them. They got it because they organized and they fought for it. We didn't get an 8-hour workday or the weekend because somebody wrote another postcard to a congressman. We got it because working people organized and fought for what they needed. In the streets, in the hills, and in the halls of power. We'll get to Francis. The Civil Rights Act didn't happen because LBJ just woke up one day and thought it was a good idea. It happened because organizers and activists put in decades of work. Being beaten, being murdered. But when the day came, they had built enough power to push back against the system. And that's what got us the Civil Rights Act. We must understand that we have entered a new phase in the American political story. We have entered an era that I think looks a lot more like the 1880s or the 1930s or the 1960s than the last 40 years. We have entered an age of a politics of power, and we need to start acting like it. Now, these legacies, they don't tell us that the elites are going to do it for us. And these lessons of history do not tell us that the institutions will change on their own, that the structures will be changed by those who benefited from them. In fact, what these lessons tell us is that they won't be. That the only way that we're going to get the change necessary for all of us to live better lives is to recognize that no one is coming to save us. No one who has benefited from the system as it stands is going to come down here and give us the answers. we're going to have to do it ourselves. But we live in Maine. We live in a state where our communities, even in this time of intense polarization, people still show up for each other. When a tree falls in your driveway in the middle of an ice storm, your neighbor who might disagree with you on everything still shows up with a chainsaw. I work on the water. You see a boat in distress, you don't think to yourself whether or not you like the guy. You go over with a tow rope and you help out, because that's what we do. Our love for each other, the strength of our communities, it is an asset now. And it is an asset that we must be harnessing at this unique moment in history, because we have an opportunity here in Maine to do something that will change the political structures in this country for a long time to come. Until about 10 months ago, being harbor master of Sullivan and the chair of the planning board was the extent of where I thought my political career would ever go. And I was very happy with that, for the record. Amy and I built a real nice life. I am very much just some random guy from Sullivan, Maine. In a moment like this in history, if we can show that a regular person from the regular world who simply comes out with a message saying that we all have to work together to push back against all of the structures of power that have been exploiting and oppressing us for generations, if we show that that works, we get to show this country the way forward. And we get to show a political establishment that my entire life has told me that this kind of politics was impossible. We're going to show them that not only is it possible, it's the future. In November, we are going to beat Susan Collins. You could not come up with a better avatar of the self-serving establishment politician who has been there for decades, telling us that there was no other alternative. Telling us that because she knew how the system worked, the best thing we could ever do was send her back over and over and over again so she could bring us crumbs while billionaires and corporations rob us blind. When I was growing up in Eastern Maine, I knew folks where if you sterned in the summer, plowed driveways in the winter, did some carpentry, maybe did some wreaths, that was enough. I knew clam diggers who put their kids through college. That hard scrabble work, that incredibly hard work that Mainers have been proud of doing for generations, it used to be enough. It used to be enough to own your home, send your kid to a decent school. It used to be enough to put good food on the table. It used to be enough to be able to even save a little bit for retirement. It's not enough anymore. Folks with that seasonal work, they're picking up extra shifts now at Home Depot or at Walmart. That clam digger, his kid's going into a lifetime of debt now to go to college. And all that happened, that hard work ceased being enough, in the same time that we watched the largest transfer of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in the history of this country. In 1990, there were fewer than 80 billionaires in the United States. Today, there are over 900. Now, when you look around, do you see a state of Maine that is 10 times wealthier than 1990? No. Do we have 10 times the schools? No. 10 times the hospitals? No. Do our paychecks go 10 times as far? No. Do we have 10 times the free time? No. No. We have less. We have fewer hospitals, fewer schools. Our paychecks run out earlier in the month. The work that we do, it requires more of us, which takes away free time from us. And all of that happened at the exact same time that people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk got to exist. In fact, the fact that Jeff Bezos exists, and the fact that I know someone in Sullivan who works 3 jobs and pays 60% of her monthly income in rent, those two things are directly connected. There is no metric of hard work that justifies a billionaire when people in Eastern Maine work 3 jobs just to put food on the table. And what's important to remember is that billionaires don't exist today because they worked hard. Corporations don't have the consolidated wealth and power they have just because they made good investments. They got it because they cheated. Because for the last 50 years, policies implemented by establishment politicians like Susan Collins changed the rules on us. We deregulated the financial banks, got rid of Glass. We made it legal for a financial system to speculate on things like housing